Here we go. Let's see. How you doing, folks? Here we are once again, episode 6. Fantasticals. I am excited. I am stoked. I'm waiting for this episode for a while. Yes, indeed. Got another new player tonight. And we'll get into that in a second. Also got a little layout. It's a little different this time. We're going to be testing that out. All our players on the left side of the screen, which is cool. Thank you, Discord. And we're going to see what happens tonight with Elias and Dane coming off a slaughter fest of spiders in the last episode. If you missed that, check it out. It was good fun. And a little side quest action is what that was. And we got Farley tonight, too, returning. This time I don't have to role play him. Boy, I was getting a little carried away role playing with myself in the last session. That's always good fun for a GM. But yeah, we'll see how this goes tonight. Let's get ourselves ready. And with that, let's do a little introductions to the players here. Let everybody know a little bit about the characters. We're going to start off with Dane. Dane, introduce yourself, my friend. What's going on?
Hi guys, I'm Kyle. I play Dane, the human fighter, soldier. We're gonna see if we can buff up our shoulder pads, try to get through a particular door this evening. I don't know how successful we'll be, but we're gonna give it a fair crack.
I think so. Hopefully better than Farley's attempts. It was terrible. It was horrible. But anyway, Farley, you're returning for us tonight. That's great. How you doing, my friend?
Hi, I'm Patrick. I'm also sick, so I won't be speaking too much tonight, but I'm still here. I'll be playing Farley Tell, the Elven Wizard.
Excellent.
I'm gonna get this Belcora person apparently.
Yeah, you are. We'll see what happens with that. Elias, Rachel, fill us in. What's going on your end?
Hey, I'm Rachel. I play Elias, the champion liberator. I'm going to be helping Dane knock down that door, and that is it. That is the main goal. It's getting that door down.
Yes, you are. That door seems to be troublesome, to say the least. And you got a new player tonight as well. That's going to be Newton. It's going to be playing Newton. Fill us in, Newton. What's up with your character?
Hi, I play Newton. He's a dwarf, if you could say that. He's almost constantly on death's door and a little short for, the average dwarf. He uses a cane to help him walk around. And he really loves books. You will always find him engrossed in whatever new novel he is reading.
Fantastic. Nice little add to our campaign, I think. We'll see how it goes. So we explore Newton. All right. If we remember from last session, we had Farley, we had Ramirez, we had Elias, and we had Dane tromping through the gauntlet in a mad quest to find Farley's spell book, which was lost. Somehow they managed to find it. Met this little gnome character named Ronaldo as well. That was a strange situation for our heroes, the companions, but they navigated it well and with determination went on to take on Belcora, who it turns out might be still alive. Imagine that. But they were done in by a pretty solid door and decided, well, you know what, let's head back to Atari and rest. So before they actually get to Belcora, they're going to head back to Atari and they're going to relax a little bit. go their own ways, meet back at the Rowdy Rockfish the next day, and then they'll return and attack that door. Finish it off once and for all, they say. We'll see how that works. Battle with the door. There was a little side quest action. Dane and Elias went on a little extra work for Rin, looking for a lost trinket, which they found after defeating some spiders in the woods to the north of Atari. So that was pretty interesting. They've since returned. It's late in the day at this point. They have gathered at the Rowdy Rockfish, Elias and Dane, talking about their victoriousness over the spiders and how they earned some coin. Elias decided that he is also going to be staying at the Crow's Casks. She's all paid up for that, but currently she's staying at the Rowdy Rockfish with the others, where they're making some plans. Ramirez has yet to return. Farley Tell is waiting at the Rowdy Rockfish at a table with all of his gear ready to go, eager as he is to head back to the gauntlet. It's late in the day. Elias, Dane, Farley Tell, you have found yourself gathered at the Rowdy Rockfish around a small table close to a wall, and to discuss your next move. What does that look like for us?
So, if Mr. Farley Tell, perhaps you could tell us a bit more about. Do you have your spells prepared now?
Yes, I do. Besides the ones that I have from Rin, I also have my own prepared, and can certainly provide more than what I could before.
Very good. And Elias, are you prepared? Your gear set and ready?
I sure am.
Okay, make sure you have everything you need, as we discussed about the torches and stuff.
I went and bought extra torches.
Okay, so you're all set regarding that. Now, it's getting towards the end of the day. Now, if you'd like to break off and get another day of rest before you go, you can do that. Or you can set off. It will be nighttime. It takes about 15 or 20 to 30 minutes one way to get to the gauntlet. If you want to do that in the dark, that's up to you.
I don't know where the day is gone, but maybe another rest is in order. This way we can leave as soon as, day breaks.
Trust me, the day is almost gone.
True, but if this spell core is as powerful as they say, then we really cannot wait on our laurels, whether it's dark or light.
Well, I have yet to believe in this Belcora. I haven't seen the blue light.
Neither have I, but this Wren seemed pretty convinced.
Fair, but would you prefer to leave now? Elias is also looking at Farley Tell.
Well, I do believe that any contract with Fae, whether good or bad, is certainly something that takes precedence. So I would be inclined to push through the night and get this done as soon as possible, but I will not force anyone to trek through the night.
And you can tell by Farley's voice that he's pretty eager to head back, day or night. He's pretty eager to head off.
Well, if I'm the only one who's nay, I guess I'm beaten by 2. Let's head forth then.
And okay, well, so it's still daylight you've got maybe another hour of daylight, so you can definitely get to the gauntlet. All right, so you guys begin your trek. If you're all set, you can begin your trek. Now, keep in mind that earlier today you had your little quest. So you've been doing a lot. Quest to the north, finding that little trinket. So there's a lot going on today. But if you're up for it, we'll continue.
But wasn't we supposed to meet Ramirez, Elias? Wasn't he supposed to come back and link up with us?
He was still sleeping when I left.
Should we wait for him then? I have no doubt we'll have need of his skills.
Well, when he wakes up, he knows where we'll be. But maybe
True,
we
but-
should leave a note.
True, but how can he, we could leave a note. Print some simple directions on it, I suppose.
He'd have no trouble finding his way. Okay, so you guys can set out and do your thing. Leave a little note for Ramirez. To pursue at haste. We're on our way into the darkness.
I begin writing the note. I know you did not want to go there, but we left without you, and we're gonna kill Belcora. I think Ramirez will get the hint.
Dane draws a big dagger-like symbol on the piece of parchment, just to drive home the point.
Now, let's cut to a scene a little early. No. All right, let's continue with this. All right, you head out and make your way along the granary path, heading to the gauntlet itself. Again, it's only 20, 30 minutes trek, which is pretty much uneventful. You reach the fog fen in about a half an hour, moving along the road or thereabouts. Darkness is closing in. The frogs, the crickets, you can hear the sounds of the fog fen as you draw near. And once again, you see, breaking the skyline, is the gauntlet itself. Piercing the sky, there is a light drizzle, by the way. There's a light rain, which makes things so much miserable for you as darkness sets in and you're in a fen. It's already wet. The ground is wet. It's just terrible, Dane. Elias, just terrible. Miserable, but you must do what you must do. You draw near to this foreboding tower. It's beckoning to you. And you approach that outbuilding, that little tower, and you begin to recall the day previous when you had left and vacated the gauntlet. You remember that as you made your way out, you had the feeling that you were being watched. Something was watching you. You heard sounds and shifting, as if there was motion coming from the tower itself, the gauntlet. Something was watching you, so you're a bit cautious as you approach the gauntlet. Currently, you're about 20 feet away from the main entryway, that double door area. You light a torch. Get that lit because darkness is setting in. Newton?
Yeah.
You're in the presence of one Rin Savixi. You find yourself in a large room, and all along the walls are books, trinkets. In the center, there is this round table, and there you are currently seated as your host Rin Civixi shows her gratitude for bringing her. Explain what you did bring her. You've been here a few days, and you managed to find Rin. You were on a mission to deliver something to her. What was that?
Noon doesn't seem fun. Well, I don't really remember. It was like this weird magic thingy that it would like float above your hand, but like it was shaped like a diamond, but not like a diamond like the gem, more like a diamond like the shape. And I have no idea what purpose it's for, only that I was to deliver to one Rin.
And I thank you. I thank you for making the delivery for me, and I show my appreciation with this. And she gives you a small pouch of coins. You can add 20 silver pieces to your inventory. Okay?
Thank you.
And she shows her gratitude for that. And she offers you some tea, some fine herbal tea. And before you go, wait, I think I have one more mission for you. Would you be up to another task before the night falls upon Otari? She asks you.
Sure, anything to make myself useful.
I would like you to deliver a message for me. You see, there are some friends of mine, some of those I have hired, like you, who are on the mission for me. And I believe they are staying at the Rowdy Rockfish. Yes, that's it, the Rowdy Rockfish. It's a tavern. Perhaps you've heard of it. It's close to the shore. Give them this message for me. And she hands you this small little folded piece of parchment that has a little string tie holding it together. And she asks you to deliver it to them. And she gives you the name of one Farley Tell, specifically, to give it to. And there should be some other friends with them, but specifically Farley Tell. Yeah, if you could deliver that, I shall give you a few more coins. And if you agree, she'll give you 5 copper. So you can add that if you do agree to do this. You can add 5 more copper pieces and be on your way to find this Farley Tell and deliver a little message.
I'll oblige and
Thank
take the parchment and kind of like store it in my backpack, but very carefully, just to like give her an impression that I really do take care in my quests.
Farley, you've been sitting at this table at the Rowdy Rockfish. It seems like forever. You're just eager to get back to the gauntlet. You're impatient. You're waiting for your new friends, Elias and Dane, as well as Ramirez, to return. But, they're taking their time about it. You sit there. You've got your pack laying next to you at the table. There's about a half dozen patrons at the Rowdy Rockfish. Your fingers are on the table. Tap-a-da, 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 tap-a-da. And you wait for them. It's about mid-afternoon at this point as you wait patiently, not knowing where they are. Looking at the entrance, you see enter the Rowdy Rockfish an interesting individual. It's a dwarf. He comes sauntering in. He has a cane at his side and very noticeable. He pauses at the entry and he's looking left and right, and he locks eyes with you, being the only elf in the establishment. Newton, introduce yourself. You've spotted the elf. This looks like the individual you're looking for, one Farley Tell. What does that look like, and what do you do?
Like, what do I look like? Or
Well, you can explain whatever you want. You think you've spotted Farley Tell. All right, she described him to you. You know he's an elf and all this stuff, and he's over about 20 feet away from you along a wall at a table, seated. He's the one you have to deliver the message to.
Newton will kind of take a step and really outrage his cane before slowly dragging himself on foot after foot as he kind of approaches the table. He doesn't have like fine clothes, just some simple leather that have been dyed colors of blue and yellow. He puts his hand on the table and he goes, "Are you Farley?"
I am, sir. Is there something that I could perhaps assist you with?
You see this small dwarf, smaller, well, like a dwarf, but like a small dwarf, take off this giant backpack, seemingly carelessly as it drops the large thud. He meticulously opens it and hands you a scroll from out of it. I was told to deliver this to you from one Rin.
Farley, is hesitant at first until you mention the name Rin, and then sort of like nods their head and like, I understand now. So if you will allow me, I'll take the note or the scroll and open it.
Noon doesn't seem to be bothered.
You recognize Rin's handwriting and begin to read to yourself, I assume. It says, "Greetings, Farley. I hope you are doing well, and I hope your quest meets with great success. I would like to introduce to you a particular dwarf named Newton. He delivers this message that you read, and I would ask you a favor. Would you be so kind to include him on your quest?" And it goes on to describe how Newton has made... She knows Newton, obviously, from the tone of it. And he's some kind of delivery type of individual. He makes deliveries, a lot like the work Ramirez does. And she's asking you to kind of take him on your quest. And I'll fill you in offline, but there's a little more to it. And she asks you to remain in confidence about this. But you feel compelled to follow along with this little request. And again, I will fill you in on those details offline.
Understandable.
It also says that she has not told Newton about this. So
Okay, that was what I was going to ask, is
he doesn't
whether
know.
Newton knew about this. So I take the scroll, finish reading it in about, despite it being like a longer scroll, I finished reading it in about 30 seconds.
Okay, it wasn't really a scroll. It was just a kind of a typical sheet of paper, if you can imagine that.
Oh, like a small note sort of situation.
Folded
Okay.
and tied.
Understood. In that case, I finished reading it in 30 seconds because it's a small note. Take it, fold it up into incredibly small, like size of your like fingernail, and take it and stick it in between the pages of my spell book. And go, Newton, I believe you're, from what I understand.
Well, yeah, that's me. As he kind of slowly looks up from a book that he just recently pulled out.
Oh, oh, a man of high education as well. I must say, I'm very impressed.
Education. I don't have an education.
Okay, never mind.
These are just fantasies. I like
Oh,
storytelling.
the moment you say fantasies, you see Farley immediately like looks back over at you and slowly turns their spell book, and you can see on the cover is the like old style medieval drawing essentially of a fairy tale book. Goes, you are a man of high education, I see.
Noon kind of taps his nose towards you.
Mm.
You know what? I'll fill you in a little bit on that information that's also in the letter, Farley. And again, Newton doesn't know this, but she informs you that Newton is actually an aspiring bard, if you will, a teller of tales, a recorder of great events. And she would like you to bring him along because of that. Kind of to record the events, the great heroics that are going on, especially as it regards to the gauntlet and Belcora. So there's kind of that. So you know that aspect of Newton. That's partially what's in the letter and why she wants you to bring him along. Now, keep in mind, he's not hired to come along. It's up to you how you handle this. So whether you say, oh, we're going to give you some coins, or you know what, come along and record our great tale. How you want to do that is up to you, but yeah.
So you know, so I would imagine we would have like a small like casual conversation about like fairy tales and or like fable books and fictions. Um, and after a little bit of conversation, Farley sort of like scratches their chin and looks over at Newton and is like, if if you don't mind my asking, you certainly have raised my curiosity and as well as piqued my interest. Are you perhaps interested in maybe tagging along to and catching some tales of your own?
Now, what does that imply?
Well, our mutual friend Rin has hired me for a small job investigating a local myth here. It's called the gauntlet. Supposedly, there is a mysterious light that occasionally flares up in the old abandoned light tower. Now, I have personally not seen this myself, but you know, I wouldn't be against uh, searching this with um, or sorry, I wouldn't be against inviting another mutual friend to tag along. I currently have two others that I know are definitely coming along with me, possibly a third. I'm certain they wouldn't be against having a fourth tag along.
So, you need my help seeing why a lighthouse just sometimes shines its light?
Well, an abandoned lighthouse. But
Interesting. Are you paying coins? I mean, considering you're my hirer and all.
I'll pay you half of what I get paid.
How much do you get paid?
I believe. Let me double check my notes here. It's been a little bit.
Yeah, there's a couple different contracts going on here.
Mhm.
Farley Ramirez, you have. I think it's the same as Elias and Dane. I think it's 5 gold pieces for the group, which isn't a heck of
Yeah.
a lot, but it's worthy. And it's 2.5 gold pieces up front, and then the remainder afterwards.
Mhm.
So yeah, Elias and Dane are under similar contract, but it's a separate one. So they're getting their 5, and you're getting your 5.
Yep. I am getting, in total, 5 gold pieces, half up front, half after a job performed, as well as whatever we find along the way. All I can guarantee you, though, is essentially the half up front.
Interesting. What makes you so inclined and so generous to want to hire me aboard? I don't think I've ever met you before, so if I have, I do apologize. My head gets a little bit messed up over time.
Oh, I certainly know the feeling. Um, but I'm so there's I have my reasons as to why, but to be honest with you, you're certainly not like the average dwarf.
Yes, I am short. We've already established that.
Not in terms of stature or physical appearance, but there's something about your character morally that I see in you.
Could be a serial killer for all you know. I don't think morals really have much in play. However, where money is held, money is held. And, you know, it's not a bad job offer. Wanting to do some adventuring. I think we should rediscuss our payment terms, but taking half from you doesn't really feel right. Just this one quest, I might, but in the future, let's not have me rob you of half your coinage.
That I can certainly agree with.
Okay, and with arrangements made, Farley informs you that, well, hang out here with me, or I'm going to meet up with my friends, and we're going to head out to that gauntlet tonight. So if you're ready, if you need to make final preparations, do so now, and I'll introduce you to our newest friends, and we'll head off to the gauntlet. Which I didn't include in the previous little description. We'll just retcon that. You guys, Elias and Dane, when you gather together with Farley, there's this new character, a dwarf, in fact, who's sitting there alongside of him, and who introduces himself. I am Newton, and I decided to come along. So if you want to role play that out a little bit, feel free. Otherwise, we're going to head up to the gauntlet.
Ah, Farley, who is this you bring with you? I don't think I've ever met somebody as unique.
This is a friend of a friend, if you will, a new friend, new 10.
Newton looks up from his book, now almost done with it. My name's Newton, not Newton, not Newtan.
Newt.
Well, Newton, it's nice to meet you. My name's Elias. Any friend of Farley is a friend of mine.
Nice to meet you.
Now, do you know anything of this gauntlet?
It's like a lighthouse, but like it's spooky.
All right, I see you're up to speed.
You know, it kind of reminds me of a book I once read. There was like this old manor, and like it was haunted, but it turns out there was actually an old man living in there who recently went homeless. Maybe that's it.
Well, it sounds
perhaps
like there's a woman in this one.
homeless woman could do the same too. I'm Dane, Dwarf. I've met many of your kind in my travels in the last while. Dane's
My
gonna
kind?
yes, Dwarf. He's gonna kneel down and offer a hand to Newton.
We're thank you, I guess. He kind of like sticks his cane out. He like kind of waves it about. A very confused look is on his face.
Okay, there's not a whole lot of dwarves in Otari. A small portion of the population would be dwarf. Most
Yeah,
of the
but Dane's met a
dwarves,
few.
most of the dwarves come from the mainland.
So you'll be traveling along with us. What are you all prepared? Newton?
I just have to do my spells, finish that up.
Oh, so you
Okay.
know magic.
No, not really. I don't want to learn. I just know how to put on like some small shows. I like entertaining children or large audiences with fairy tales and stories about my people and fantastic and heroic events that have happened over the past few millennia. It's very interesting what old history brings.
Indeed, and several rousing tales of heroism as well.
Indeed. Indeed. Here, I have a book. And he just kind of drops his backpack again and he pulls out this giant, at least 7,000 page book and just hands it to you. It kind of, I mean, when he handed it to you, his hands were like shaking beyond like belief as he struggles to lift it, but he still wants to give it to you.
Here, let me help you with that. Dane will try to help him.
Thank you.
Was
It's
a
one of
soul-
it's one
Go
of
ahead,
my. Sorry, I have a tendency to interrupt people. Apologize. I I was never really raised good with other people, so I apologize.
Apology necessary. Back when I was a soldier stationed in a castle, and there was nothing I'd liked more than listening to a bard play songs.
Oh, I don't play music. Not with my. I don't have any instruments. I have magic and only a little bit of it, but mainly just kind of more of a storyteller.
Anything wrong with stories?
Excuse me.
So what book have you handed me?
Uh, it doesn't seem to have a title, just a cartoonish dragon placed upon it. He says, "Well, that's one of my favorites. My pa used to read it to me before bed. Took quite a while too."
Indeed, as
Kinda
thick as it
chuckles.
is.
I take great pride in stories, but it's a good read. Took me about 2 days to get through it all.
Dane sort of smiles heartedly, almost a little confused at the moment. Well, I'll give it a fair try then, although I may take quite a bit longer to read it than you have. But I will certainly
Yeah,
Happy to read it someday.
Dwarvish does get a bit weird at times. Did you need a book, Elias? I'm pretty good at recommending them.
I wouldn't impose. Plus, with a quest like this, who has time for reading?
Well, I mean, I do. And he kind of just looks back towards his book and then looks up again.
Ah, well, you have your books. I have my sword.
Yeah, but you
To
can't get any
each
knowledge.
their own.
To each their own.
So if you guys are all ready, night is closing in. It was a good half-hour journey to get to the gauntlet. If you are ready, we can begin. If you're all set, Newton, if you need to buy some extra supplies, we'll assume you did that before the other characters, Elias, arrived. And Dane. If there's anything else you need to purchase, you can buy anything that is common in the core rulebook. All that stuff is available. Extra torches, supplies, whatever. To get ready for your new quest, you found yourself a pond. If you'd like to do so, do that now.
I already have everything all purchased.
Okay. And with that, you can join your newfound friends, compatriots, or those who would hire you, however you want to see it, and make your way northwest, I should say, to the gauntlet. And if you, everybody's at the current location now. You should see a torch, and it stands in front of this crumbling tower entrance. Do you all see that on the map?
Yes.
Yep.
Newton, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, your tokens are not on the map currently, so in order to access your stats, you'll need to open your character sheet. However, when your token is on the map, you'll be able to double-click that and access your character sheet quickly. And also, there is a HUD display. I don't know if I went over this with you, Newton, that will appear. And again, once your token is on the map, you'll see this HUD display. And it's basically a quick access to parts of your character sheet. So you don't have to open your character sheet. You can just look for things on this little HUD. And it's a HUD that appears at the top center of the screen, not the HUD that appears around your token where statuses are kept track of and stuff. This is a separate little HUD display that'll be at the top center of your screen, and you'll be able to move it. It's things like strikes and skills and savings throws. You just hover your mouse over it, and it gives you things to click on, to do them, like a skill check or an attack or a savings throw. You could do it right from that HUD display. Okay, but again, once your token is on the map, you'll see what I mean. If you're clicked on your token, it will appear. Now, I need a marching order as you head off up the Granary Road towards the gauntlet. There's 4 of you. Who would like to take the lead?
Newton offers to take the lead, but he won't push it if anybody else would like to instead.
I'll follow behind Newton then.
Elias says he'll follow in the rear, but he suggests somebody who's been here before leads.
Do you want to lead then? Because I really don't mind. I just think I'm the most disposable of you all.
Dane, would you like to take the lead?
Sure.
All right, Dane advances forward in front of Newton. Farley, are you behind Newton in the middle of the group?
Yes, I will take up behind Newton.
And Elias follows you, Farley. So Elias, you're in the rear. Now, if anyone wants to do anything in particular, exploration activities like scout ahead or be on the defense or keep an eye out for things, You can do so now, so kind of give me briefly a description of what you might be doing. Or are you just moving along at the normal pace? Again, keep in mind, your movement rate will be halved. It'll take twice as long to get to the gauntlet. Anytime you do things like, we're talking meta here from the rulebook, exploration activities like defend, scout, investigate, and so on and so forth. If you just want to move forward, we'll just do that and be on our way. That's up to you.
I believe Farley would be, having seen runes and secret doors in this area before that were residual pieces of a battle against Belcora. They would be looking specifically for any more secret magical areas, such as
All right, so you're using
as-
the investigate.
yeah.
Okay. So you're keeping your eyes open. All right. So basically, rules-wise, how that works is that anytime you're moving through a location during exploration mode, I would be making checks for Farley Tell anytime your group comes across something that he might find. His player doesn't have to remind me, oh, I want to make a check to do this. I want to make a check to do that. It's assumed that he's already doing this. And I would make that check for him. And if he does be successful at finding something, I would reveal it to him as you're traveling along. That's kind of like how that works. Dane, I assume you're in a defensive mode if you choose. Now, at this point, you're moving at half rate because you are taking your time to check this stuff out. We'll assume the journey through the forest is actually at your normal rate. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, so a half an hour. You don't need no torches lit. By the time you get here, darkness is setting in. You'll need to light torches at this point. And we'll assume, Farley, that you're doing some investigating as you get close to the gauntlet and enter. I'll assume you're doing that. All right. And with that, you approach. You're about 20, 25 feet away from the towers. You remember this initial entrance. And you're kind of cautious at the moment because if you remember, Elias and Dane, excuse me, you felt like you were being watched. There was something shifting in movement inside the tower itself, in fact. So you're a little bit hesitant. But you don't notice anything. You look up ahead, the torch is lit. Who's carrying the torch?
I've got
I
them in
can't.
my inventory, unless Elias wants to.
I'll carry the torch. I can use one that I have in my inventory.
Okay.
All right. It is lit. Just in the shadows of the torchlight, you can see the entrance before you. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. As you draw closer, and you actually get to the portal itself, you can see that there, before you, strewn on the ground, is the previous stuff that was piled up here, like a barricade. So nothing rebuilt it. It kind of crossed your mind that maybe something that was watching us might do that. Not the case. It's still wide open, although you do notice, Dane, since you're leading the group, you do notice that all that stuff that was previously blocking the entrance is scattered all about in front of you. You'll have to step over it to get into the chamber.
Somebody's been definitely moving some things around.
You proceed?
Yes.
All right, let me check one thing real quick. Do you have the page number for that exploration activity, Farley? Actually, I have it. It's right here in front of me. All right. As you enter the chamber, Dane, you're in the lead. Suddenly, you feel something catch your shin. I need you to make a reflex save.
Okay.
This is public.
$28.
And let me see where you are. I need Newton. You also have to make a reflex save. Should have told you that. Go ahead, make a reflex save for your character. Just open your character sheet and it'll be on the left side. Reflex save. And again, it's public. And just so you know, that the way you set your roles to public or make them blind is right in the chat area where you type. You'll see this drop-down menu and it says public role or blind GM role. Make sure you're selected on the type of role you're making, in this case public, before you make the roll.
Reflex, right?
Reflex save.
Thought I did.
And then you would click.
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Ooh, he rolls a natural 1, so whatever the result, it's going to be 1 worse. And in this case, a 9 will be a failure, but the 1 makes it a critical failure. That's unfortunate. Dane, as you enter into the room, you fail to notice. You can feel it up against your shin on the right. It feels like you hit a tripwire. Something brushed against you and snaps. And with that, you hear overhead this crash of rocks come tumbling down into the chamber, and you, Dane, and Newton. Dane, you manage to tumble forward and get out of the way. You take absolutely no damage. You're quick onto this stuff, even though you tripped the trap. But Newton, sadly, following in behind, you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as these rocks come down and pummel you on your head, and you just failed to get out of the way in time. Everybody else, Elias and Farley, you see, you're still outside the chamber when this happens, but you see these rocks come tumbling down on top of Newton. So on your character sheet under hit points, give yourself, what did I say, 5, was it? It's either 4 or 5 bludgeoning damage as you fail to get out of the way. And these rocks crumple down on top of your head. Oh, screams are heard. What did I get myself into? I'm going back home. Screw these tales and books. I'm out of here. All right.
Kind of the opposite of that. Newman has an interesting reaction. He just kind of just goes, huh, oh well. And then he just falls face first on the floor.
Okay. Dane, you get back up, you dust yourself off from the rocks. Obviously, this was some type of trap that was set.
He's gonna get back over and check on Newton. You're right. Okay, how about we hit?
My book, where is it?
Think you still have it?
Oh, yeah, one. Oh, there it is. Okay. The book's fine. Oh, thank God. Whew. Problem there. Here, help me up. Next time, don't try to kill me.
Sorry, didn't see it coming. And Dane will kneel down and try to help him up.
All right, you've gathered yourselves in this chamber. Nothing else seems out of place. It's pretty much as you remember, except that, yes, there was... You don't recall there was any traps like this set, but there was a loud crash, and you took some damage. Now, on the opposite side of the chamber to the north, you see the portal that you crossed from before as well, and it's not blockaded. And you can see past it on that old bridge. Do you proceed?
Elias asks if you guys are okay to continue forward.
I'm perfectly fine. He's the one that got a rock to the face.
Kind of looks up in the book. Huh? What? What are we doing?
That blow may have been harder than it looked. I was asking if you're ready to continue forward.
Yeah. I don't mind. As long as I can keep.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for anything, okay? Not just on the book.
Huh. He just doesn't look up from the book and he goes, huh? Yeah, whatever.
Elias shrugs. Okay.
Dane will keep just sort of slowly moving forward, trying to scout his way ahead for any more traps.
All right, you continue forward up to the portal, and you get to the base of that bridge. Dane, you are paying attention. And you do hear noises coming from across the other side of the bridge. It sounds... You can't really tell what it sounds like. There's some kind of movement on the other side of the bridge. You can't see anything. Then it goes quiet. So you're currently, in your marching order, Dane, you are at the head, you are at the front of that little drawbridge. Nothing looks out of the ordinary, out of the place, but you're a little bit more aware at this point. You've heard noises coming from across this drawbridge on the other side, followed by silence. You just had this trap go off with rocks tumbling down. Your new friend just took some damage. That's the situation. What do you do? Proceed
Dane's
across the
gonna
bridge?
Look back to everybody else. I heard movement ahead. Be wary.
Elias takes out his sword just in case.
Dane's gonna pull out some rope from his bag so he can sort of help everybody across.
Dane, can you explain the noise?
Just sounded like rustling.
You can't really identify it. It might have sounded like maybe you heard some footfalls, maybe, but then it stopped. And it's
Just
coming
heard
from
noise.
it's coming from directly the other side of the drawbridge. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. You do notice, Dane, immediately that portal on the other side is actually blockaded. And if you remember, you guys had pushed through that. So that is actually blockaded. You can't see past it.
Well, they've set up another blockade.
I guess we'll just have to ram through
Oh.
it.
Yep. I got enough shoulder padding for this one.
What we prepared for.
If you remember how you crossed this, I believe it was one at a time, Ramirez had said. Do you proceed?
Dane would like to hand one end of this rope to Elias, and then that way he can help them across one at a time.
Yeah, sure. Elias holds on to the rope, so he puts his sword away to keep the torch out and takes his other hand to hold the rope.
And as you do that,
Come on!
as you do that and make your make your way. Suddenly you hear a noise, and you hear what sounds like voices, little chittering noises. Like that. Just strange noises. And I would like everybody to roll initiative at this point. Let me put you in the... Well, actually, let me bring your tokens out, and then we'll take care of that. So you guys, as you prep yourself to make this little crossing, find yourself being attacked or otherwise engaged by the darkness. Let's see. Let's put Elias out here. Let's put Newton on the board. And let's get this token of the torch out of the way. And, whoops, what happened there? Let me make that invisible. Who's next? Dane, let me put you on the map. I'm going to put you right there. And Farley Tell, let me put you on the map. Now, as I do this, the screen might go black for you until your token appears. And I got to give somebody the torch, which was Elias. So let me turn on the light there. Sorry, I forgot to do this. Now, where was your positioning here? Elias, you were up front helping Dane, I believe?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, we'll put you 2 by 2. I think that would be appropriate. Elias has the torch. Can you guys see your tokens?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to initiative. Dane, you've got your whereabouts going on. You hear the noises coming from the other side. As you look just outside your torchlight, you can see motion at the barricade itself, where this portal is barricaded. About half of it is actually barricaded. The rest, about 2+ feet, is actually exposed. You can see beyond it. And it's in that portion that you see what looks like a blue-skinned face. The first thing that comes to your mind is a goblin. Melon heads. But you're not sure. It's in the bright light of the torch at this point. You do see the tint of blue.
Anybody ever fought a blue goblin before?
You're up first.
Dane's gonna make battle ready. He's gonna draw his sword.
All right, that's wow. Did you have your sword out previously or no?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I forgot. Sorry.
3 actions and a reaction. Sword is at the
Gonna
ready.
move.
Shield is at the ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna move up just to the other side of this bridge.
You're holding on to the other end of the rope, right?
No, like he's kind of got it wrapped
Okay, so
around
I'm
his
just-
waist.
Oh, okay. I'm like, because I'm just holding on to some rope.
No, like Dane's got it like wrapped around his waist, sort of knotted off.
Okay.
That way he can still fight. Am I in striking distance of this thing?
You tell me. Can you see?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Right there.
I'm gonna...
Right there, as you draw close and make your way across the creaking drawbridge, you see him. You see the creature. He's a small little creature. He's about 3 foot tall, and he's blue-skinned. He has the look of some type of goblin or a gremlin or something. You've never really seen it before, unless you want to make a recall knowledge nature check, which takes an action to do. But right now, he's right next to you. He's within reach. You could strike.
Okay. I'm going to use exacting strike. basically what that is, and here I'll click it for there. Basically, it doesn't count toward my multi-attack penalty if the attack fails.
Exactly. All right.
Then
go
we're
ahead.
gonna make an attack.
Okay.
15.
15. You hit. Normal damage, please. Let me change the music here. We are in action mode.
Poor damage, though.
Combat? Let's play some combat. What'd you get?
4 damage.
What kind of damage?
Slashing.
Okay, you nail him. Yeah, you hit him. All right, your blade finds purchase. You sink deeply into him. He lets out a howl. Ah! You have one more action.
I guess we'll swing for the fences on this one.
Okay, second attack. You'll have a -5, which is already factored in. Boom, you get a 12. Your blade fails to connect. There's just too much stuff in the way. This barricade. You'll have to push it down to get a clear shot at him. All right, your turn is done. Next up is going to be Elias. You'll hear screams from your friend up ahead as he makes his way across the bridge, shouting about, "Engage the enemy!" Your sword is drawn. The torch is in your other hand. You are ready for action. What do you do? Elias.
Well, I assume I dropped the rope that was that was holding Dane.
That's a free action. No problem.
Yeah. I didn't have a good grip anyways, and he'll join him in the fight, and proceed forward carefully over the bridge.
Okay.
And he's going to what?
You can just make out what the target of Dane's strikes are. You see this little blue-green gremlin creature. You can attack if you would like.
Yes, I saw a Dane attack, so I'm going to attack too. I trust his instinct that this is an enemy and not a friend.
Okay.
And I will strike.
$12. Again, you can't see all of the creature, but definitely the barricade is in the way. It's preventing you from making contact. You failed. You did not hit him. You have one more action.
He's gonna try it again.
Uh, 15?
Yep.
Rapier. 15 is... You almost get him, but you failed. And if you recall, Dane actually did hit with that same value. I'm taking into account you're at a different angle with cover.
All right, well, that's the end of my turn.
All right. Farley, it's all madness. We need to be getting to Belcora. What do you do? There's battle up ahead on the other side of the bridge.
Yes, but first things first, I need to make sure my friends are okay. So seeing Elias drop the rope, Farley is going to reach down and grab the rope, not knowing why they were holding the rope, but I need the rope.
All right, one action. You reach down and interact. Pick up the rope.
Yes, pick up the rope. Don't worry, Dane, I got you. And then I do not believe Farley would have good enough eyesight that they would be willing to waste a spell or prep anything at the moment. So what they are going to do,
Yeah,
Instead,
whatever they're fighting is barely visible to you. It definitely would have an armor class bonus, but
yeah.
barely visible to you. But you can see motion. You can see something there.
So they are going. Farley is going to get a little bit closer. Step in front of their new friend Newton.
Newton.
Well, no, he said it's not
I
Newton.
know,
It's
I know,
Newton.
I know.
Is going to use their last action to cast Shield, which I'm pretty sure is just one action.
Mhm.
Yes.
There's a macro for that. I don't know if you have it on, have access to it. There's a macro for that you can click on, and it'll put up your magic shield, and it'll automate your armor class. I don't know if you
Sure.
have that. We'll have to look for it for you. Not now, but
Yeah. Well, it only gives me a +1, so I'll just keep that in mind.
the thing is, though, it's a cantrip, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can always have that baby up.
Mm-hmm. As long as I keep spending one action to do it,
Mhm.
yes. But
Or
action economy.
out of combat, you can always have it up. But yeah, it'd be nice to have a little macro for that. All right, so make a note there that you have a +1 to your armor class or something.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my pen? All right, and you're done. Next up,
Yep.
it's going to be Selfish. This little blue creature, Dane. Elias, you can see him now. He howls in pain from Dane's strike. He had what looks like some kind of dart in his hand, but he's not using that. He reaches down and he draws what looks like a blade from his waist, a small little sword. And Dane, he lunges into you with a 12. That's not going to hit. And he's
Hey.
going to attack again. He's going to try and stab you with it. Miserably. It seems like the barricade is in the way just as much for him as it was for you. He is done. Newton, you're not sure what's going on. You've just been hit by rocks. There's confusion. There's sounds of battle up ahead across this drawbridge that you've come across. Farley has stepped in front of you, gripping some type of rope. The other party members seem to be utilizing the cross. What do you do?
Wait. So what is he doing with the rope?
He's got it in his hand. He picked it up.
Is he like pulling on it, like to keep something up, or is he just kind of holding a piece of rope?
Farley?
From what I understood, it was just tied around Dane's waist in case the bridge collapsed, essentially. So I would just be holding it at this point, just kind of like loosely in my other hand.
Basically,
Farley.
we set it up like a relay so we can help people get across.
Farley, you are much needed more in this combat. I can't really do much but read. However, I can have an unseen servant hold that rope for you so you can get in there and do some damage. Would you oblige?
Absolutely. Whatever you can do to assist us in this moment.
Okay. And with that, I'll use all 3 of my actions and cast Unseen Servant.
Okay. It appears. Unseen servant, you said?
Yeah, Unseen Servant.
All right, put that in the chat, and the way you do that is go to the spell in your character sheet,
Okay.
and to the left of its name, there'll be a little symbol. You click that symbol, and it should put it in the chat. And yes, there it is. Briefly, you summon an unseen servant which you can command as part of sustaining the spell, which takes an action. It serves you until its hit points are reduced to 0, at which point the spell ends, or until you stop sustaining the spell, whichever comes first. The unseen servant gains the summoned trait. And there's its stats, its armor class. If they ever come into play, it's got 4 hit points. So this barely visible shape appears before you, Farley, right close by to you. We'll assume it's right there next to you. I'll leave you in charge of keeping track of this. Newton.
Right.
You've created it. Your actions are done. When does it get a chance to do something? Is it like a animal companion?
I'm not sure.
Which essentially, with an animal companion, correct me if I'm wrong, the character, the player would state he would use an action to command his companion, and then the companion gets, I think, like 2 actions to take. That's how that works. I'm not sure how this works with the spell.
Pretty sure, like, it is its own, like, creature. That's probably why it has the summon trait. So probably, like, I think it would, like, work, like, next round I could use an action and command it to, like, hold the rope. But for now, I just had to spend my time summoning it in. So by the time I'm done summoning it in, it just kind of stands there and waits for me to.
All right, well, we'll look into this after the fact, but needless to say, this form of a creature appears, and it's going to take hold of the rope and hold on to it for you, Farley. All right, so that's what we'll assume is going on right now. And Newton, you're done. So we're going to go to the next character, which is Succinct. For there is another one of these creatures there next to you, to the right. Dane, you see it appear. You see it as well,
Okay.
Elias. And let's see. It lets out a howl, and it also has what looks like some type of dart in its hand. Let me roll a dice here. Give me a random number from 1 to 3, Elias.
You said a random number from 1 to 3?
Yeah, just pick a number. 1, 2, or 3.
3.
Okay.
3.
The dart comes your way.
Ah, come on. That's right. I'll take it.
Oops, where is he? There he is. Okay. He's going to throw this menacing dart your way. You can see him as well. You will have cover. You're going to have a +2 to your armor class because of it. You're harder to hit, so I'll take that into account. Okay. No. The dart comes flying at you and sticks into the barricade, a wooden leg of a chair or something. And then it's going to move forward with a step. Whoops, not out there. Where are you going? Why did it do that?
Switch sides. It's with us now.
Yeah, he just moved right across the map for some reason. He takes a step forward and draws out a short sword. And that's it for him. Dane, you're now faced off against 2 of these creatures. They're on the other side of this barricade. You got to kind of strike downwards at them. They are a little bit harder to hit, but you've been joined to the left by Elias, who also has sword in hand. Just to verify, where is the torch?
It's with me still.
All right, so 1 hand on the torch, 1 hand on your sword.
Yep.
Okay. What would you like to do, Dane?
Could I... How fragile does this barricade look? Do you think I could turn it into a weapon?
You could kick through it with an athletics check if you'd like. It would take an action. You could probably
Okay.
lessen some of that cover the creatures have. If you'd like to do that, make an athletics check. It'll take one of your actions.
10. No.
You easily kick down the top portion, but there's still some barricade there, but it might have an effect. You lessen the effect of the cover on the target. You have 2 more actions.
I'm gonna strike at the one that's directly in front of me.
Take your mouse, and while it's hovered over your target, don't click anything. While it's hovering over your target, click T or press T on your keyboard. All right, and what that does, it's an easy way to target something. Now, it has no real effect on you because you can't actually select the target that if you don't control the token. But it does allow you to target it for memory's sake, as well as a reference for me. All right.
Okay.
So you'll see these little arrows appear around the token,
Yes, sir.
and I'll see a little something similar that reminds me that you are targeting him.
And then, yeah, I'm just going to attack it.
Okay, go for it. Ah! Ugh.
14.
You do not hit. There's still too much debris in the way. Think you have one more action? One more?
Yeah, we'll go one more.
Okay. Ooh. 20. That is a hit. You do manage to get him with the second attack. Roll your damage. It's normal.
4.
4 points of slashing damage. Now, your exacting strike, can that be used once every turn?
Yeah, but I chose not to use it this turn.
Okay.
Since I was trying to push my way through.
All right, you've managed to injure both of these little creatures at the moment. You're doing pretty good. You're working your way through the barricade, kicking it in while you're going at it. Elias, you see your friend kicking at the barricade and lunging in with slashing and piercing motions with his sword. Do you follow suit? You're up.
Yeah, I'm gonna try attacking them. Now you said I just have to hover and press T to target.
Mm-hmm. Just hover your mouse over the token that you want to.
Got
There
it.
you go. You push T. And if you ever want to switch targets, you just use that T. It's a toggle thing. T for target.
Oh, okay.
That'll help me. Like, for instance, when you make your attack, you'll notice, like, if you look at the chat area under Dane,
Mhm.
you'll see these little buttons appear, like damage and half damage and double damage. I could click those off the chat, and it will apply to whoever you are targeting. I know who you're targeting, so I'll just click the target and then click do damage. I don't have to do it. I can do it real quick and easy. that
Oh,
way.
cool. All right. Well, my first attack was 22 in total.
22, that is a hit. It's not critical. Normal damage. Five points of damage. Let's see, did it work? The adjective for this target is selfish horny.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but
Wow.
Okay.
It does that so it doesn't give away the creature's actual name in the bestiary. It's like it just comes up with random adjectives to give the token. I only saw selfish, but now I'm looking at it as a selfish horny. That's funny. Silly little gremlin. All right, that's 2 actions. You lay into this beast. You do some damage.
Oh, that's only my first action.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so Elias is going to try to attack the same creature again. Same target.
Go ahead. It's near death. That is a hit. Yeah, that is a hit. You hit him. Huzzah!
8 damage.
Yes, you managed to slay it. While I look this up, go ahead and describe the kill. What does that look like?
With the partially crumbled cover, Elias takes his sword and just kind of jabs it. I'm assuming downwards because I don't know their height, but Elias is he's 5'8". He's got some height, so he just kind of pierces it downwards towards the creature, and I'm assuming it lets out some exasperated gurgle until it falls dead.
Which it does. And there's an X on your token. What does that mean? Why is there an X on your token?
Maybe it means dead or no more hit points. Is it on my token?
It's on your token.
It means I'm a murderer.
What is that?
I don't know. The X is on the one above, not on mine.
All right, let me move you out of the way.
Did it follow?
No. Let me move the token. Let me put him out here. I'm curious what that is. Yeah, it is on his token. X, he's dead. All right, that's what that is. All right, let me delete that creature and put everybody back. Sorry.
You deleted me.
Yeah, I see that too. What's going on here?
It got dark.
Hold on. I gotta bring Elias back. Put you back up here. It also took you out of the combat tracker, so yeah, I goofed everything up. Bump.
Can you manually put in the number?
Yeah, if you remember what it was, put that in there.
Where do I put it in?
I think you could just click on the carousel or on the combat tracker. You might be able to do it. Tell me what it is and I'll do it.
It's 15 because I think Dane was 16 and I was right behind.
Yeah,
Okay.
you were right behind me.
Boy, did I goof this up. $15.
Oh yeah, the only thing for the combat tracker is letting me do is just roll. I can't input. Well, let's see if I can roll it and change it. I cannot change it.
All right, I changed your hit points, not your roll. All
I
right,
have 4 temporary hit points.
all right, you had 15?
Yes.
Okay, 1, 5. All right. Well, let me change that again. 15.1 because you're ahead of Farley. And what else did I screw up here?
The torch.
Everybody's in black. The torch is gone. Oh, man.
Kind of cool how they auto implemented the dark vision. Everything's just completely in different of monotone gray. It's awesome.
Yeah, I love that too. And Farley, he's the elf. He is low light, so everything is bright light to him. It's only Elias and Dane that can't see this. Everything is, with the torch going.
Oh.
You see 20 feet out, it's bright light, and then you can see beyond that 20 more feet, and it's kind of shadowy. That's your the dim light zone of your torch. Very cool.
All right, so I still have one more action.
You do. And it says you're raging. Let me turn that off.
Is that why it said I had temporary hit points?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Huh.
Now, the only thing...
champions can rage now.
Yeah. The only other thing that's screwed up is the turn marker, that little rotating orange thing. It's sitting on nothing at the moment because it's...
Oh, well, maybe when we go to Farley or to the next, it'll readjust.
Remind me not to do that again. Wow.
Elias is going to try to finish breaking down the barrier, that cover, the rubble.
Okay. That's an athletics check.
All right.
Push and shove. Of course, that would also
twice.
That would also promote an attack of opportunity if the creature had that. Keep that in mind for future reference. So far, this creature hasn't done that, but you never know.
So what kind of check was this?
Athletics skill check.
Okay. I'm going to also assume this is an attack, like a type of attack. So I'd be at a -10.
Well, if you want to beat down on it as an attack with your weapon, or do you want to just... I can see what you're doing. You can either say, okay, I'm going to pull stuff away, or you could say, I'm kicking and I'm lashing at it. And in that case, yeah, that would be
like
an attack.
Unarmed strike?
Yeah, it would.
All right, so then...
Just make an athletics check, and I will apply the multi-attack penalty.
Okay.
In my head. So just make an athletics check. But that's a good point. Good observation. All right, you have no problem kicking some of this stuff out of the way. There's a nice big hole where you guys can move through. And at this point, you've got a clear avenue of strike against this creature, as do you.
I eye the other creature down. I'm coming for you.
Oh, a little intimidation, maybe? That's an action.
Not officially. I have no more actions, so not officially, but...
All right, you're done.
I've got a look in my eye.
Okay, Farley, you're up, and the turn marker moved. And it's sitting on nothing. That's the unseen servant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's goofed up. You're up.
All right.
Now, at this point, we'll assume that the unseen servant has come over. You see this transparent image, ghostly-like. You're not sure what it is, but you sense magic, and you can sense that it is magical, and it is not threatening, but it reaches down and it grabs the rope for you. So at this point, you can let it go with a release action, which is free, if you choose to. You get 3 actions.
All right. Well, now that both of their hands are free, Farley looks over and sees Elias kicking down the rest of the barrier, the barricade that they had, and an idea creeps up in their head as Farley takes both of his hands and begins shifting them forward as he is going to grab some of the debris with telekinetic projectile. and is going to fling it directly, pretty much to the right towards this unsuspecting creature. I need to make an spell attack roll. Ooh. Alan, you are muted currently.
I am now unmuted. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, the magical energy easily picks up some debris from where Elias and Dane have been kicking through. You can see it. Wood's flying everywhere. You use your magical energy to produce this shape, and you hurl it down on this creature, which you can barely see, but you do manage to connect. So you can roll damage for that as this debris lands on this creature. Ah! Wow. 7 points of untyped. Why does it say untyped damage?
So,
Should be
with
bludgeoning.
telekinetic projectile, it is dependent upon what is being thrown.
All right.
So I guess it would probably be bludgeoning, like a chair leg just swings over.
Mm-hmm. 7 points of bludgeoning damage falls on top of this creature, and it falls to the ground and goes quiet. There's a pause, and then a silence as you all stand there. These two bodies of these blue-like creatures lay there, lifeless. What would you like to do? You've defeated them. There doesn't seem to be any more.
Are we still in combat?
No.
Okay. Elias is going to make sure, help everybody get across. That's what his priority.
Dane's going to leave the rope attached to himself to sort of help Farley and them get across. Is there anything of note on the slain little creatures?
You gonna check them out?
Yeah.
Are you just casually glancing at them alone? You see that they have some type of old cloth clothing on them, little ropes tied around their waists where they actually were holding their little weapons of sorts. You see a couple short swords lying next to their bodies. That's about it. There's some spare darts that are stuck in the ropes. There doesn't seem to be anything else. No pouches or anything like that. That's just from a visual observing.
Okay.
If you want to poke around and flip them around, kick them, and that's a whole different ball game. But yeah,
Can I collect their weapons?
you can.
Okay.
2 short swords. You can go to the items, look up short sword, and add 1, and then increase it to 2. So you have 2 decent short swords. They're not all shoddy, to use a rules term. Yeah. You can also see a couple darts. If you want darts, you can put in dart and add 2 of those.
Okay, yeah, then I'll take them both then.
All right.
Unless anybody else wants them.
Dane is a collector.
No, but I will walk. We'll walk up to the bodies when you're there.
All right, so you guys, I'll assume you're crossing. Now, how long does your servant last?
I think keep sustaining it, but I believe it's 10 minutes. I'm looking up. The spell ends, or I have done sustaining it. Range, cast time 3. Duration sustained. Interesting. Let me.
All right. Well, if you want to keep it up, we're out of combat at this point. You can keep it up for as long as you want, I guess. But
Just,
if you want to, you don't have to. You can let it just dissipate, and that's the end of that. Is it a cantrip?
No, it is a first level spell slot.
I imagine it has a limit.
I do too. And I'm reading over it, and it just says at. Oh, okay. So it's either when it dies or when I stop sustaining it. There is no actual limit. I just have to keep focusing every single round.
So you can have this little mystical helper if you would like.
I would. In fact, I'd like to have him just kind of grab the bodies and kind of just lay them down in the water below us. As like a somewhat attempt of just... It's more humane than just kind of letting their bodies rot. Left, at least in the river, they'll kind of be swept away.
Okay. What's your alignment?
Chaotic good.
All right, and as this happens, you guys can see this little spiritual entity. It's nothing fearful, but you can see it, and it's obviously being controlled by this newest member of the companions. And it scoops up these bodies, and in silence it moves them down to the water. It easily makes its way down onto the ground, soft ground below. And you can see it gently putting the bodies. In the water, did you say?
Yeah, in the water.
Yeah, setting the bodies in the water, where they slowly begin to float. Yeah, and everyone makes it across safe and sound at this point. So you are currently on the other side of the portal where I have you now, the torch token. Now, one thing I should point out is because I'm using a torch to show the party's location and referring to a marching order, the one thing I can't do is I can't accurately show the different vision levels of the party. Like, for instance, we got a dwarf. There's dark vision involved. I'll just make a note of that. And for your benefit, Newton, I will describe beyond what is actually showing on the map. I will say to you things as they occur, like well up ahead, beyond the torchlight, maybe 100 feet away, you see a door. I would tell you things like that. And in this case, I will describe to you, because you have a straight line visual all the way to a door. And it's way up ahead. And that, of course, would be the door that you guys had so much trouble with before. Oh, there's a torch there already. Well, there's 2 torches on the map.
Right here where I marked, right? That's where you're kind of talking about?
Yeah, there's already a torch up there. So if you guys want, you can proceed into this shadowy chamber. Well, shadowy for everybody but Newton. But Newton, you don't see any movement. You don't see anything else in here. You see some doors to the left, to the right, near a big staircase. But straight up ahead, what looks like the base of the gauntlet tower itself, you can see a door. If you guys would like to move forward through the rubble and debris, we can do that. Doesn't seem to be anything.
Would it be possible, because the Unseen Servant has a fly speed of 60, if I could just send it up ahead to unlock the door for us by commanding it and telling it to
There's no lock.
unlock that door? Sorry, open. Sorry. Wrong word. Open the door.
I don't know if it would be as effective. He's not that strong.
There's not a door handle on it?
No.
Oh, well. Never mind then.
Well, your
I
character
apologize.
doesn't know that. They can try.
I will still try. I do not know that there's a door without a door here. I will send him to attempt to open the door. That is the command.
All right, and it's
Open the door.
all right. Are you guys heading up to the door, or are you gonna remain back? Are you heading up to the door as a group?
Cautiously, ever so cautiously, now that we've discovered the dungeon or this area has been repopulated by who knows what.
Mm-hmm. You make your way back into the chamber. To the left, you see one. You see a second door. And the second door in particular stands out because it looks like somebody put some type of warning here. A big red X on the floor. I'm sure you guys can see that. There's a little X I put on there.
Immaculate handwriting, I do say so myself.
Okay.
Looks like an X to me.
And you make your way to this, the base of the gauntlet, essentially. That's what it looks like. I should point out also that wherever you see these big piles of debris, that's pretty much where the ceiling has collapsed and fallen in. And you can see the open sky. As dark as it is, it's not completely black, but you can see the open sky through here. And it's through one of these little openings in the ceiling that you can actually see this 90, 100-foot gauntlet lighthouse tower, as I refer to it. And you can see that it stands right direct with that door that's right in front of you currently, where you currently are. Let me get rid of this other torch, so there's only one on the map. And this is where you currently are. And as you approach the door, you hear some mumbling coming from Newton, and suddenly this little mystical creature, humanoid type of creature, moves up to the door, and it begins to throw its weight into the door with a poof, poof. Doesn't seem to be being very effective, however, at all. Perhaps it's not strong enough, but it's not having any impact on the door at all. You guys have gathered around the doors directly in front of you. What would you like to do?
So it's just like a steel door, or is it a wood door? What is the door made out of?
Well, if you recall, it's a wooden door. There's no bands on it. There's no bolts. There's no exposed metal parts. It's just a door that is solid and probably swollen. So it's really jammed.
Newton, my friend, we've been here before and we've prepared for this day. Elias looks at Dane.
Is there like a really strong enemy behind it? I'm confused. What are you guys preparing for? Should I prepare?
The route to Belcora lies through that door, or we assume as much.
And if she's as strong as this door, we've got a lot ahead of us.
Dane will chuckle and pull out the crowbar and look to Elias. Are you ready?
Elias pulls out his crowbar.
Why can't you just send like a mage hand, go through the door underneath it, and just kind of open it from the other side?
He didn't have his spells last time.
It's a cantrip. You don't need it prepared.
He's a wizard.
Oh, so he's weak. Gotcha. Oh, could I try that, DM? Just cast Mage Hand and send it under the door to
Go for
unlock it.
Go for it.
Cool. I cast Mage Hand. Yeah, there it goes. 40.
Is the previous spell concentration?
It is.
All right, so that's
but
gone.
this is only. Oh, right. Whenever you cast a new.
Too late. It's gone. The
Yeah,
mage
it's
hand
too late.
appears, vroom, and you begin to slide it through any kind of openings at the bottom of the top. It can do so, and it disappears. Now, you're going to be able to manipulate this thing. I think you have to be able to see, right? You can't see beyond the door.
When you sustain the spell, the option can move. If the object is in the air, it just kind of just says, grasps a target object.
Yeah, this is something else we'd have to look up in the actual book. I don't know if it's a complete description here regarding what you can see. Obviously, you can use your hand to, I'm going to pick the pocket, or I'm going to do this or do that, but you kind of have to be able to see it.
I was just going to have it blindly go under and just scrape at the door until it finds a door handle.
It can do that.
All right. Then I'll have it blindly scrape at a door frame.
I could let you do that. Let me take a quick look here at this door. All right. It disappears from sight. Underneath the crack of the door, there is a slight, very tight crack. I'll let that slide in there and disappears from your sight. Nothing else happens. You're sustaining it. Its presence is felt, but you cannot see it to manipulate. You can kind of use your imagination to manipulate, reach for something with it, but nothing happens. What are the rest of you doing as you stand there watching this dwarf do these little magical...
Wait, that's it. I had another idea. Can I see that torch, please?
Elias slowly hands it to him.
All right. And then he grabbed it, waving it about. Now stand back! This might get a bit iffy. And sustaining Mage Hand, I'd like to just imagine it pulling itself kind of like through the door where I kind of like envisioned it. Or just at least like going down like through the door if possible. If not, I can just drop it and resummon it as a cantrip. And with Mage Hand, I will also back up, but I will hold the torch to the wooden door frame and just stand back.
What are you trying to do?
Burn the door.
Oh, that's not going to happen. It's totally moist.
We can't hear you.
That won't happen because it's a very wet, moist door.
Oh.
It's one of the reasons it's swollen.
Elias is going to ask for his torch back. Newton, can I have my torch back?
Yeah, sure. I don't need it anyways. I can already see down here.
He gently pushes you aside and says, I think it's about time we take care of this.
Come on, Elias. Tag
crowbar
up with
way.
me.
Okay,
Tag up with me. Let's pry this open.
pull out the crowbars. All right, one of you is going to aid?
Could I
I'm going
cast?
to aid because
I will
I
aid
have...
Elias.
Could I cast Inspire Courage to give him a +1?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Sing a little
nice.
song.
You see Newton quickly fumble around with a bunch of different books in his backpack, grabs one that he thinks he'll like. He just starts flipping until he lands on a page that can die. On it, he reads off a poem. I don't have any poem prepared, but next session I will, and I'll actually read a poem. But basically, it's about this dwarf named Iron Fang. With one bite, he chopped off the wolf's head, and it's supposed to inspire strength and courage to all those.
Okay. You want to put that in the chat?
Yes. Boing. No, but
That's Mage Hand.
boing.
Uh,
There
cooperative
it goes. No, that's the wrong one. Ah, crap.
counter performance.
that's
not gonna work.
It's completely
All right, hold on.
different.
Hold on. You inspire yourself and your allies with words of or tunes of encouragement. You and your allies in the area gain a +1 status bonus to attack rolls, damage rolls, and saves against fear effects. All right, this is a skill check.
Oh, I thought they were like
That's okay.
physically hitting the door down.
Not in this case. They're going to be making an athletics check. First of all, DC 20. Go ahead and go for this. This could be public, Elias, as you attempt to help, aid, as you are prone to do as this champion.
Will I be rolling athletics to aid or
Yes.
just a d20? Athletics? Alrighty.
Athletics. 14. That's
So that's 18.
What'd you get the +4
I gain a
for?
plus... For my cooperative nature, I get the +4 bonus
yeah.
on checks to aid. I put it in there, but
did.
it kind of... The chat kind of filled up, so...
Yep.
So yeah, 18 in total.
18. All right. So, okay. Go ahead and make your athletics check to pry this door open. Dane.
Open sesame.
Ooh.
You have no problem wedging that crowbar in there, finding purchase and pulling back on it. Elias is helping out. He's pulling at your shoulder, and together you're working this door open. And with a crash, almost like a suction, the door just crumbles and explodes inward and just falls apart off the hinges. It's totally useless at this point as a door, but it collapses.
That'll do it.
Elias is gonna raise his crowbar at Dane.
Dane will reply and raise his and then sort of tang his like a champagne glass with
Tink.
Elias. It's a tang, and now that's how it's done.
And then I put the crowbar away.
The smooth walls of this circular room are painted a light gray, with no indication of seams between the blocks of stone. A set of iron stairs can be seen on the right, spinning upwards along the walls before terminating out of sight. Goes all the way to the top. Your torch can only go so far. Disappears. Well, you assume it goes to the top. However, Newton, if you peek in, which I assume you are, you could see with your dark vision that it does actually go all the way to the top, ending at what looks like a little trap door at the top of those steps, 90 feet up. A red blood stain glistens on the floor at the room's center, as though a human-sized creature bled to death on the floor very recently. There's no body in sight, however.
Is there like a trail, like a streak of blood of like a body being mutilated or moved in any possible way?
There's no body. There's no evidence of anything. You just see this pool of like as if a human had died here and bled to death, but it looks very fresh. It's glistening, in fact. However, some things will have to happen at the moment, so give me a second here. I didn't put this in my notes here. Let me look at the hard copy. What I need to happen now. Has anybody stepped into the room? If you are staying outside the door, as this door caves in, this is what you see. I'll assume you peeked in through the portal and were able to see Newton as well. But yes, this is what's before you. I can't give you any more information outside of what I gave you, unless you go in, so the rest is up to you.
Elias waits for like the go ahead from everybody to make sure that we're all prepared, especially Farley, who would probably be, the most adequate to face anybody, especially if it's a spellcaster.
Sorry.
Does any of this look familiar to you?
The room? Yes. The pool of fresh blood? No.
Well, then we should continue cautiously.
Yes.
Keep your eyes peeled.
I would like to continuing forward. I would like to basically have shield cast on me until as we continue exploring further ahead.
Magical shield appears around you, Farley.
Dane's gonna have just his longsword out and ready as they ascend.
I'll be equipped too with all my things. Sword and shield. Sword and torch.
And you enter. Dane, you are in the lead, followed by Newton, Farley, and Elias. You enter the chamber. should be able to see now a little bit better with your click on the token. You also see another door to your left. But as you peer towards the door, Dane, your attention is gathered once again to the center of the room, at the pool. Suddenly, you begin to hear the sound of the blood itself beginning to move. It's moving. It's becoming something. And there suddenly, as soon as you step into the chamber, you see this right where the blood stain is, you see it suddenly grow. And it begins to take a shape, the 7-8 foot tall shape of some type of humanoid. You can't tell what exactly that is. However, as it begins to take shape, you see that it begins to turn and spin as if it was imitating a light from a lighthouse. And you see this blue glow suddenly appear where its eyes seemingly would be. Its mouth, its maw begins to extend and get bigger and bigger and bigger. It might be as over 12 inches around, this open maw, and it too begins to glow with this blue coloration that just engulfs the room. I need everybody to make a fortitude save as you stand there in the portal. Now, Dane and Elias, you are the first two to enter the chamber, one behind the other. Farley, Elias, you are directly behind. And you also will have to make this save as you see this red, bloody shape take form into this humanoid-like personage, and it begins to slowly turn on its axis. And this blue glow begins to go along the walls, and it actually hits you. And let's go back and see what those rolls are. Okay, Elias, let's look at you first. Where's my dice? Oh. As this blue light hits you, Elias, as you catch a glimpse of it, the blueness covers your face. You feel this evil, negative, damp power come upon your flesh. You begin to feel heat, and like as if the very skin, your very skin begins to bubble. You need to take 3 points of negative damage as this light sears your flesh. That's you, Elias. Farley, tell. You also feel this blue light singe your flesh, especially your face. You take 15 points of negative damage. In addition, and you can change your status on your token, you are blinded for a round, and you are also dazzled for 1 round. So make note of that. You are blinded and you are dazzled as this light hits your face and blisters form on your flesh. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So, yeah, actually, let me bring your tokens onto the map since we're at that stage. I'll put your token down here. Farley, you can just right-click on your token, go to Status Effects, and left-click Blinded and left-click Dazzled.
Oh, there it is.
You're subject to those conditions. Elias, you didn't suffer that. And finally, let me go back and see what... Did you make your roll, Newton? I don't
Yes,
see it.
19.
Oh, my bad.
This is a fortitude save.
I mean, all my other dice rolls have been 1s and 2s. Maybe it'll change. Let's fortitude.
This is a
Oh,
public roll.
18 total. Nice.
All right. Newton, as this light also hits you, you feel the negativeness of this power. Sorry, I'm choking up here from the heartburn. Ugh. Sorry, folks. GM, I need to take some medicine. You take 8 points of negative damage.
Of course I do.
Dane, you're at the lead. I should have covered you first, but you also are going to take some damage as you were engulfed in this light. But fortunately, you only take 2 points of negative damage. Must have been your preparedness.
Okay.
But yeah. And with that, I need everybody to roll initiative. Let me put your tokens on the map. Yes. Newton and Dane. Let me move that back. And who has the torch again?
Elias.
Elias has the torch. Let me turn that on. Okay, there you go. Let me take the torch, make that invisible so it doesn't get in the way. Boom. And I'll put you in your marching order in a second here, but first we need to put everybody in combat tracker. A little, I don't know if I told you this, Newton, but one way to access menus on the top right without clicking off the chat area, because the chat you always want open because it's where all the die rolls go and stuff, is to right click on the icon. So you can right click on the combat tracker and it'll create this separate little window that you can move around and stuff, and it'll keep you on the chat area. So everybody roll initiative using perception, the default.
Oh, I see. That's cool.
And on the combat tracker, you'll see the little D20 symbol. If you click that, that'll roll your perception initiative.
Oh, wait. I just went to my character sheet. Where can I do it?
You can do it from your character sheet as well. I think you have to right-click on the result in the chat and choose Add it to the tracker, I think.
Oh, come on.
You can just roll it and tell me what you got, Newton, and I'll put it in.
Oh,
Normally, you'd roll it
hold
off
on.
the combat tracker.
Yeah, I rolled it off the combat tracker. I got an 11.
That's
But
good.
I have a +6. I'm not sure if it added. I don't know how this combat tracker
Alright.
works.
Let me look. If you rolled off the combat tracker, it already takes into account your modifiers, which it did.
Oh, great. So I rolled a 5? I did. Okay.
Mhm.
Great. Third bull roll.
And finally, you're down to 1 hit point?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Okay, hopefully I go first and I can try to help you. Hopefully.
All right, let me put everybody in their little marching order here. Now, Elias, do you want to be directly behind Dane, or do you want to be next to him? I'll let you be next to him on the left or right as you entered the chamber, or do you want to be behind him in the marching order? It's up to you.
Is where I am okay?
Mm-hmm. That's fine. I'm just curious if you stepped to the
Oh.
side as you entered the chamber.
Oh, I would, if anything, I'd be right in the first square,
Okay.
kind of blocking the exit.
All right. Dan, you're at the head, of course. Now, I'm not going to put anybody in the door square because from experience, I don't know how to cycle through these properly. So I'm not going to put
Oh, yeah.
anybody in that square just yet until I figure it out. So I'm going to put Farley 5 feet further back than he should be, and Dane behind him. Or not Dane, but Newton. So actually, Farley and Newton, you're 5 feet further forward.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. All right, initiative has been rolled. We are ready. Begin encounter. All right. Let me roll dice here. All right. As you've entered this chamber in this bloody image of what looks like some type of woman, some type of female, and you can see the high cheekbones, and it's just this image inside of this blood, this shape, this entity, whatever it is, and it's slowly spinning around and around, and suddenly it comes to a halt. Dane, directly in front of you, it pauses, and suddenly it begins to focus on you, Dane, and you see its mouth begin to open, loud, bigger and bigger and bigger, and as it does, this blue light begins to engulf you once again. You need to make a fortitude save. Dane, just you. As this blue power envelops you, it seems to be focused on you.
15.
You take 10 points of bleed damage as the blood inside your body begins to pull free, and it seems like it's sucking the blood from your body. You feel it pull from you, and it's extremely painful. Now, this is bleed damage, and I believe this is something that will happen at the end of every one of your turns. You will suffer this damage. If it's what I think it is, bleed damage.
I think that acts as persistent damage, right?
Yes. Well, let me look. I'll give you a page number if you got your books handy. This is a damage type.
21, maybe?
458. Or 52. 452.
I was a little off.
It's called bleed damage, has its own little thing. Another special type of physical damage is bleed damage. This is persistent damage that represents loss of blood. As such, it has no effect on non-living creatures or living creatures that don't need blood to live. Weaknesses and resistances to physical damage would apply in this case because it's physical damage. Bleed damage ends automatically if you're healed to your full hit points. So, because it is persistent, those rules kick into gear. Persistent damage is described I think it's at the end of every one of your turns, you are going to take more damage, which I'll roll and apply it to you. Wow, that's pretty deadly.
He gets to make a save, though, at the end of his turn after taking the damage, though, right?
I'm sure.
Otherwise, well, bleeding to death does kind of sound normal, depending on the wound.
Where does it describe persistent damage?
That I have here that it's on page 621, and you can apply whatever DC because you're the GM, but it says it's a DC 15 flat check to recover.
Oh no.
You
Bye.
can make it worse. DC 20.
The damage. Persistent damage comes from effects like acid, being on fire, in many other situations. It appears as X, persistent type damage. This would be bleed. Where X is the amount of damage dealt and type of damage type. Instead of taking persistent damage immediately, you take it at the end of each of your turns as long as you have the condition. Rolling any damage dice anew each time. After you take persistent damage, roll a DC 15 flat check. All right. So, Dane, keep that in mind. You're going to have to make a flat check at the end of every one of your turns after you receive damage. All right, to get rid of this, to stop bleeding. The only way you can get out of this, outside of passing your flat check, is to be fully healed. Someone would have to give you you'd have to get your full healing back in some way.
Okay.
But yeah, this is pretty bad. That's what it does to you. So you have bleed damage. At the end of every turn, I'm going to roll that damage and apply it, after which you're going to make that flat check to see if it ends.
Okay.
That's the one thing I didn't look closely at last night when I was going over this, because I knew it was going to happen. Oh, nastiness. Nastiness. All right, and its turn ends. So what's going on here? You're seeing this really tall, about 7 foot tall image in the shape of blood that's just appearing out of the center of the floor. And you can see it's a woman of some type, and you can see her eyes and her mouth. And when she slowly spins, and in this case, she paused and she stopped staring at Dane. And as her mouth opened up, it was like she was inhaling his blood from his body. And you could see the traces of blood come out of his armor and come out of his face. And he screams in pain, and he's now taking bleed damage. So this is something of a big concern at this point. Elias, by Caden, the madness.
Would you let me drop, like, if I drop the torch I'm holding, will it immediately extinguish if it's just on the ground, or do I have to spend an action to gently place it?
You could drop the torch.
All right,
You could
Elias
just
is going to
drop
drop the torch. I need both hands.
All right, one thing though,
And-
the turn marker, is it on you or is it on?
It's on Dane.
That's on me for some reason.
Yeah.
The tracker doesn't like me. Combat doesn't like me.
Let me see what's going on here. Open up the tracker. It says Elias is up next, but it has the image on Dane
Oh,
for
weird.
some reason. All right, well, ignore that. You're up. So if, as a free action, you can drop the torch to the ground and hope it doesn't go out. Seems okay.
He says a little prayer to Caden as he drops it. Please don't go out. Please. I'll have a drink on you later. And then he's going to reach back and use lay on hands on Farley Tell.
All right, 6 points of hit points. Add 6, Farley. Right-click your token. Just put +6 and hit enter.
And he's going to move.
Necromancer's warranty.
And then he's going to try attacking whatever this figure is.
Sword in hand, blade at the ready. Go ahead. Make an attack. This will be your third action. First attack.
$17 in total.
All right, you attack this thing. You miss. The blade just can't find purchase in this liquidy, vapor-esque type of entity. You miss.
Elias is having flashbacks of the kobold tornado.
Yes, you are.
However, he might try. He's not going to hit it.
Yep. All right, Dane, you are up. You're not sure what's going on, but you're feeling a lot of pain. It's so tempting to fall down to a knee at this point. You've never encountered something as dastardly as this. It's directly in front of you. You could attack. You could scream and run away. It's up to you.
Scream and run away. We ain't no wussies. I'm going to use exacting strike and try to swat this thing.
Okay, go for it.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm
Nat
so
20.
scared for a second.
Oh.
Thought I was going to land on 2. Oh, good job. Good job.
With a howl and a scream, you lay into this with your blade. Surely this will cause it to fade. But alas, it doesn't seem to pay much attention to your vicious strike, although you do find purchase and do connect. Doesn't seem to have done as much damage as you had hoped. So roll your damage. I should have described that after you roll damage. Go ahead, roll damage.
4 damage.
Oh,
Again, you keep rolling those
I keep rolling the
damage
4s
ones.
today. Like, let's see.
interesting thing just occurred.
What?
His blade actually defeated the monster and we've solved the puzzle.
Yes, let's go home.
You definitely
I'm
hit
kidding.
it. You definitely hit it. Definitely hit something. It did show some reaction to being hit. However, it does not seem to have been as effective as you had hoped, and this was a deadly blow to its heart. Surely it would find purchase and seal its fate. But no, it just recognizes the attack, and that's about it.
We're gonna do it again because I had first.
First attack.
Exacting strike up. I get to use my first attack bonus again.
Can you do that multiple times in a turn?
No, but I did it with the so yeah, so I would be at a +4 here. Since I did miss.
Well, you hit with that hit.
So nah, standard multi-attack rules then. Yeah, nope.
That one fails to find purchase. Fail hit. You have one more action.
And it's too liquidy to grapple.
You can always try.
I
Tackle it
think
to
we're
the
gonna
ground.
try a combat grab.
Oh, God. Get out the rule book. Combat grapple. Is this a athletic skill? I believe.
It says make a melee strike, keeping one hand free. If the strike hits, you grab your target using your free hand. The creature remains grabbed.
All right, you got a shield and a sword out. You'd have to drop something.
Just the sword out. I just had the sword.
Oh, okay.
He hasn't pulled the shield yet.
You said combat grapple. Is that something different than just grapple?
That's combat grab.
Is that like a skill feat?
No, I think it's tied into an attack.
Put it in the chat. Oh, there it is.
I did.
Yeah, what is that? Traits don't say. It says level 2. It must be a feat. It says level 2, so.
It's a fighter feat.
Yeah.
All right, make a melee strike while keeping one hand free. If the strike hits, you grab the target using your free hand. The creature remains grabbed till the end of the next turn or until it escapes. All right, so make a melee strike.
Gonna be with -1. I don't think. Nope.
Nope, that you just fail to get a good grasp on it as your hand clutches into this blood. It's definitely got form and substance to it, but you can't get to it so you can actually hold on to it and grab it. Yes. Okay, so that's that. Interesting. Well, you guys are doing all kinds of weird things tonight. Is that it?
Yep, that'll be it.
Newton, you can't be sure what's going on, but you hear the warriors up in there. They're attacking something big and powerful. You can see this big, giant, blood-shaped creature in the front. What do you do?
This is gonna be very, very weird for everyone else. However, I would like to put down my bag, grab 2 books from it, while keeping one in my other hand. I then shall use the action juggle, start spinning them around at really fast speeds. With my other hand free, I would like to cast telekinetic projectile using one of the spinning books.
Where did the book come from?
Backpack.
All right, so you gotta. It's gonna take 2 of your actions to get out a book if it's in your backpack.
Okay. Well, then I guess I can just start juggling this. Because juggle's 1 action.
All right. What is juggle?
Juggle. It's exactly as it sounds. Here. It's a long text chart of literally just saying you can just juggle things.
Okay, 1 action. You start juggling away with the books. All right. Okay. That's your 3 actions. Next, we're gonna go to Farley.
All right. So
Come on.
Farley had the meanest 6 seconds of his life happen there. For a brief moment, he was down to 1 HP. Then he got brought back up to like basically half his health,
Thanks to the
or
champion.
their health. Yeah. So they are pretty much leaning against the doorway, just trying to stand upright as they reach back and pull out their spell book so that they can begin casting. They're going to use their feet.
Well, you're not gonna pull out your spell
Reach
book.
spell. Sorry, what?
You're not gonna pull out your spell book. You don't need it.
Not this is like flavor text, but like,
Well, it's an action then. If you want to pull out your spell book.
well, I don't know exactly how like reach spell.
You can extend the range
Right.
of your spells. You use that all the time.
Yeah.
So that's 1 action. And then the spell that you're going to use it on, that's next.
Yeah. I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp.
Let me see here. Okay. It's attack roll. And that's 2 actions, right? Shocking grasp.
Yes.
All right, then you're done. I love this combo. Reach with shocking grasp. You've used it so many times.
Oh, it's brutal.
All right, what'd you get?
26.
26, that definitely hits. It's that magical energy shoot forward at a distance, weaving through your friends, Dane, and it begins to envelop this large creature. So go ahead and roll your damage. It's normal damage.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
23. As you see the crackling images, you're used to this. You're used to this powerful electricity decimating your foes. But this seems to have absolutely no effect as the energies begin to crackle all around it and then fade away. Seems like it did nothing.
Okay.
Keep in mind, since this is a learning campaign, don't ignore things like using things like recall knowledge just to learn more about opponents you might be fighting. Sometimes you can learn important tidbits about it, like, oh, I remember what this is. Of course, magic has no effect on it. That could be something that could be a thing. You know, you never know. And that's simply just taking an action to use recall knowledge with a particular skill that applies. Like, for instance, most creatures would be a nature check. Magical creatures might be an arcana check or an occult check or a divine check involving undead. You could learn things about your opponents just with a simple recall knowledge check. And also there's things like using intimidation, to lessen the debuff, if you will, opponents to do things like that. Keep that stuff in mind too. Just a little reminder, game stuff. Of course, Rachel, you know all about this, being a practicing experienced GM yourself.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Newton, you're pretty experienced with the game yourself. You know what I'm talking about. You've played many times before, right?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, let's go to whoever's next. You're done, Farley.
Yep.
You cast this magic, put all your energies into it, and it seemed not to have any effect on the creature at all. Uh-oh, it's not a good day. So far, you guys are having a bit of problems. And we roll the dice here. If I could find this. The eyes, the maw, its head begins to peer upward, looking over top of Dane. And this time, its gaze falls upon the dwarf, who barely can be seen, popping his head out to the side between the door and Farley Tell. But your eyes lock on to this image and this creature. Newton, sorry, I gotta remember your name. Newton, go ahead and make a fortitude save as the eyes lock onto you in the...
Oh, hi. Ah, fuck.
Fortitude save.
Let's go. Second nat 1 on a save. Let's go. I'm
With the
killing
sound
this.
effect and everything.
Yeah, I figured out how to do that.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, I'm sickly, I'm dying, and now I'm dead.
Yeah, it could happen. Wishes came true.
You got all three in one there, buddy.
If you were 5 feet closer to me, I could help you.
Well,
Just out of reach.
I'm dying anyways. That's the only reason I want adventure. So it is what it is.
How are we gonna come back to Rin and say we broke the bard? Please send another.
I think you might want to send this one back to have its warranty replaced.
Oh crap! Oops. I'm. So it seems to be the same for Roll20. Whenever I want to do something really stupid that I shouldn't do, or that is generally frowned upon, I always roll brilliant. When it comes to anything important or saves, I always roll poorly. It's just online rollers just hate. But it is what it is. I'm not complaining. It's the game, and I'm still having fun. I got a giant smile on my.
It's not if you die, it's how you die.
See?
That's the
Why
fun.
Marty marked that dying too? I think I accidentally clicked that.
Yes, you are. You fall to the ground in a whimper. You hear this, Farley, as you look behind you briefly. You see your newest addition to the companions fall to the ground as the blood just pulls from his body, and a scream, and then he collapses, motionless.
How do I?
You are now dying too. I did it for you.
Oh, that's why. Shit. Ooh. Oh, okay.
So the only
Dying.
thing not showing on your token is the fact that you are unconscious. For some reason, it's not on there. You could add that if you want on your.
There we go. Dying too. There it goes.
Yeah.
What do I do to my Sorry. What?
You're done. You're good. You fall and collapse to the ground. You're at dying two. Remember, dying four, you're
Awesome.
dead.
Okay. More attack to go.
Yeah, that was pretty massive. That was a critical failure, sadly, and that resulted in him going straight to dying two instead of dying one. So he's even more closer to death, which is what he wanted, kind of. So, oh well. It's not over yet. You hang in there. And with that, Elias, you are up. You're not sure what's happening, but you see this tall creature, this humanoid female type creature. It's staring off beyond your friends Dane and peering out the door, and you see this blood pulling like it's pulling blood from your friends. It has not fallen upon you at the moment. What do you do?
Now, I was gonna make a joke, but I don't think it's exactly appropriate.
Okay, hold on to that thought. Go ahead, Elias.
Elias is gonna step and then attack twice.
You hit. Roll normal damage.
Damn.
Okay. Did a little damage. And again, you
Alright,
can hover your
here's-
mouse over the. I don't know if you can see it. Can you guys see the image of the creature?
No.
Let me.
No.
I'm just fighting the blood stain on the ground.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, this will give you a visual.
Oh,
Okay.
bloodstained teeth.
Yeah.
Pristine bloodstained teeth.
But it's not moving. It's just in the center of this room.
All right, for my last action, I will strike again.
All right, that is going to miss. Again, memories of previous encounter with the kobold tornado, as you like to refer to it as, kind of come to mind as that blade just went through it. Pulled a few little wisps aside, but that's about it. It's a very similar thing going on here, especially with this last strike. I will say at this point, Dane and Elias, you both get the sense that, and even you, Farley, that whatever you're doing on this creature, it doesn't seem to be as effective as you would think it would be. I mean, some of you have put some pretty hardy blows into this, and just what's going on here. So there is that. It's time to call upon the gods. That's what I think. Dane comes back to you. Opposite you is your friend Elias. This should give you some advantage, but it seems to pay no attention to the fact that there's someone behind it. It's currently peering over your head.
Dane's gonna start almost not really barking orders, but sort of giving suggestions of we need to withdraw. People are dropping left and right. Sort of trying to coordinate with
All right, that's a free
Elias.
action. That's a free action. You still have your 3.
Going to use exacting strike, and we'll see what that starts off as. $24.
That is a hit.
11 damage.
There we go.
Your blade cuts through. It acknowledges your hit. Still, doesn't seem to be as effective as you would think it would be. That was a pretty decent strike.
Huh. Let's try that one more time just to build my confidence.
I attempt to intimidate this ghastly blood creature. Rah! Fall to my knees.
Just like that.
No, I don't think an 8's going to do it.
Nope, an 8 will not do it. You miss completely. All right. For one thing, I have to move Newton in the initiative order, which I didn't do.
I don't think I'll mind right now.
Oops, that's Dane. Oops, I don't want to change him. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Newton.
And I guess for my last action, I'm going to pull out my shield.
All right.
That'll it.
That's your raised shield. Right? Or are you just pulling it out? Yeah, pulling it out, actually.
Yep, just pulling it out.
So whenever somebody goes to dying, they're moved in the initiative order to 1 above the creature that slew them. So, yeah, that's where Newton is currently. All right, Dane is done. Let me get off of him. We're going to go to Farley. Farley, tell, you are up.
All right. First thing I want to do, I want to try and help my new friend Newton here. See if I can stabilize him quick.
What were you doing? I stepped away. Sorry.
I would like to try and help Newton by stabilizing him with a medicine check.
Yeah, there is a way to do that with that skill. It stabilizes. Also, don't forget, everybody starts a session with a hero point. You can always use that. Like, he could do that in his next, when he comes up in the sequence, he could use his hero point to instantly stabilize. He has a hero point. If you want to attempt a medicine check so he doesn't have to waste a hero point, you can do that. Let me go to skills real quick, and we'll look at medicine check. That is one of the uses of medicine. Is it administer first aid? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is pretty cool. And that reminds me, you can use it to stop bleeding as well. Persistent bleed damage, which Dane is suffering from, and I forgot to roll. So, Dane, let me give you some damage, and then you're going to make a savings throw. "13 points of bleed damage, so take that, Dane.
Okay.
And now, I want you to make, was it a fortitude? I think it's a fortitude save. It's a flat check. Roll d20 off your dice tray.
$19.
19. And as you make that check, you manage to stem the flow of the blood. Or maybe it's the fact that it's no longer focusing on you, but you are no longer subject to bleed damage. So make a note of that.
Okay.
It's actually a condition. So I think maybe if you right-click your token, there's a status called bleed, maybe? I don't know.
You've
Oh,
got to go
yeah,
under
maybe.
persistent damage, and then you've got to click bleed, and then you've got to apply the amount of damage that you're taking.
Okay. Regardless, you're no longer subject to it. So that was lucky there. Made the save. Now we'll speed up ahead here to Farley Tell, who's attempting a medicine check to stabilize his newfound friend. It's going to take 2 actions.
Oh, that's 2 actions?
It takes 2 actions. Administer first aid. You have to have healer's tools.
Oh, that's the other thing that I was just about to ask is I don't believe I have those.
Plus it
Yeah, I
takes
think we went through this last time.
plus it's going to take 2 actions to get them out
Yes.
if they're in your pack. So, something to consider for your next move then. But first, what would you like to do?
Oh. You know what I do have, though?
Yes.
I do have a healing potion.
Ah. In your backpack?
Yes, I do.
2 actions to get it out.
Does that include, like, forcing it down his throat?
No.
Okay.
That'll count as an action. So 2 actions, you root around your pack, you get it out, you find it, and then 1 action to go ahead and dump it down his neck.
This is why we carry a ton of belt pouches, so it's easier to take your stuff out.
The belt pouch. Underrated. So whatever it uses for the die roll, go ahead and roll it and administer to it, and he'll get those hit points back. Nice D8. 6 hit points back. So go ahead, Newton. Give yourself 6 hit points. You are awake. You're no longer unconscious. You're only prone and flat-footed. That's it. Everything else is gone. You're no longer dying too, but you are wounded.
The first thing I do when I get up is I just point to the blood thing and go, "Ha! Now you're dying too."
Mm-hmm. So update your statuses. Get rid of everything except prone and flat-footed.
Where's this? I see where my dying thing is, but I don't see where. Wait, hold on. I think my character sheet's blocking. Oh, okay. No, they all just went away. Whatever those icons were.
Okay, give yourself prone.
Where?
It should be in there. It's in alphabetical order. Under statuses. For your token. Should be. PQRP. Where is it?
Oh, it looks like blue stairs.
Wow.
If you're looking at the images, and it's on the right-hand side, 3rd row, going up. So 5th row down.
Blue stairs.
Blue stairs. Yeah.
Wow.
Are you looking at the easy access to your statuses? So if you right-click your token, and you see like a little body with like spikes around it.
Yeah.
Click that, and you're gonna see a ton of statuses. This one is 5 across, 5 down.
5.
You see the blue stairs.
5.
And then just click that, and then it should automatically
Oh,
apply.
there it goes.
There
1,
you go.
3, 5. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, it was 4 down. But you got it. You got it.
Yeah. I figured it out as the DM did it. Thank you.
And also wounded. I'll do that for you. I'm going to put you at wounded 1. All right, so basically what wounded is that if you go dying a second time while you're wounded, you'll
To
add
that.
that wounded value to your current dying. So if he goes to dying 1, it becomes dying 2 because he's wounded. And he needs to be fully healed back to get rid of that wounded condition. All right. All right, so there's that. Thank you for that, Rachel.
You're welcome.
Now we're back on Farley, right? What were we doing?
Well, I believe that was all my turns. Unless I can still make. I believe recall knowledge is an action.
It is.
Yeah, so that's everything that I can do then.
All right. Okay. And there you are in your new initiative spot, Newton. You're awake. You're no longer unconscious. You're lying on the ground. Your books have fallen to your side. You were previously juggling them, wild-like, but they're now laying there. Your eyes poke open. Last thing you remember is that this thing was draining blood from you. What do you do at this point?
Well, I would like to stand up.
All right. Right-click on those symbols. You're no longer prone and flat-footed.
Nice. That's one action, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So many menu overlays. Close that out. Okay. Prone. Is it a right click to get rid of it? So I'm left clicking.
Right. Right-click it.
Weird I am. Do we just...
You've got to go back into the menu and...
There we go. There we go. Haha. It was just really slow.
Mm.
Okay. So, stand up as one action. And for the second action, I would just like to use the book on the floor and use telekinetic projectile.
Okay. Okay, make your attack.
Work? Yeah, it does. Nice. Okay.
We'll take a break after you defeat this creature.
Hey, my first not bad attack.
What'd you
25.
get? 25. That is a hit. You're doing normal damage. So whatever that is.
Click. Yeah. Roll it. Ooh, and it's 4. I rolled a 1. Great.
Success. You do full damage. What'd you get?
4 total damage.
All right, 4 bludgeoning. Mm-hmm.
That's my turn.
At least you're still alive. You still got a hero point.
I'm still gonna die in like the next 2 years, but yeah, at least I'm still alive right now.
So what's the point? I don't know. You're gonna make your mark in the world. No one will forget you.
I hope so.
All right, you're done. Next up, you guys want to take a break now, or do you want to push this a little bit?
I'm good.
If we take a break, I'd probably get off because I still have a pounding headache
Oh no.
from my booster shot. So I'm fine with pushing through up until like 10, 15.
All
But
right.
then I'm going to pass out.
All right. That's all right. That's all right. That is all right. Okay, we'll push on. Next up is the creature. Let's roll a dice as it begins once again to peer about the chamber. There. It turns completely around, almost as if it was following your motions. Its head, its gaze falls upon you, Alliance. Its eyes peer down at you, and its maw once again begins to widen and widen and widen. You need to make a fortitude check. Fortitude save. Go ahead and roll that publicly. Let's see what you get.
All right. I think I might want to use the reaction. Just give me a second to double check that I've got it correct. This is what I plan to use. You don't have to tell me if what they're doing is from a spell, and then you can just apply it as normally, and then I'll roll.
Okay.
Here we go.
As the gaze falls upon you, you know what's coming. You sense it, you feel it, and you begin to feel the pull sensation on your body, and it begins to singe, and you feel the pain, but suddenly you fall into your prayers. You call upon Caden himself. Help me, Caden.
Guide me through this.
And as you do, you feel a glow and a what's the word I'm after? A warmth envelop your body, and the pull sensation dissipates. And you look up and you see the eyes of this creature looking down at you, and it kind of smirks and it pulls away to itself. You have managed to gird your loins.
I see.
That was really good, because I normally don't say this, but because you did that, you just passed your save.
Woohoo!
So that paid off. That was great. Fantastic. So
Can't relate.
Cade, yeah. Caden is with you. You need to find some faith, Newton. Excellent. Excellent. So that was a reaction which you used, and yeah. Okay, next. It's your turn, Elias. Now retribution is yours.
Or run away.
Could be.
Because last turn, Elias clearly heard Dane say,
Mm-hmm.
maybe this isn't a good idea. Did Elias at all see Newton go down?
Yes. If not seen him, you heard him fall. You knew something dastardly occurred to your newfound friend.
Hmm.
5, 10, 15, 20.
It could really
25,
go
30.
either way, but do you mind if I ask the players, do you guys want to continue to fight, or do we want to back away?
I
Sure.
want to fight.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, what's gonna happen? I'm gonna die either way. It really doesn't matter.
Well,
to
it
me.
could also be like full party wipeout.
Hey,
so
I mean,
we don't know.
What happens, happens. Now, I mean, I think we're kicking its ass so far. Sure, it does some damage back, but I think overall we.
I think it does
numbers.
way more damage output than than what we're doing to it.
I think we've got way more damage coming at us than we have going at it.
Well, I was
Yeah.
planning to. I was planning to use a spell, and I might just be able to find maybe like a weakness or something. I'm not sure, but there's this cool spell I have called Pocket Library. Basically, it's as it says, a library, but in my pocket, and I would just use check after check after check, using turn after turn after turn to hopefully find something. So, I don't know. That's my plan.
Okay, no
And
more.
I can stand for another round, but
No more meta
Yeah,
talk.
Yeah.
Oh, no meta talk? Oh, my bad.
A little bit. That's fine. That's enough.
A little bit. Okay.
I just don't want to decide to keep fighting when everyone else, all the other players are like, "Stop! What are you doing? Go away! Run!"
Yep.
Elias is willing to fight, but like he's not willing to be stupid about it. I guess he'll at least attack once.
Make attack roll.
Oh, jeez.
I got 26 in total.
All right, that is a hit. Go ahead and roll normal damage with your blade.
6 damage.
Okay. Again, you do some damage to it, but the blade does not seem like it's impacting this creature as you had hoped or expected. But hit indeed,
Elias,
you did.
at this point, is just getting suspicious. Why can't I just hit this thing? I wonder, have I seen something like this before? And he's going to try to recall knowledge.
Okay. I think what would be appropriate would be... well, exactly what are you trying to do? What kind of knowledge?
What type of creature is this? Is this like a ghost, or like... That's hard. I gotta try to think of something specific.
Religion would be good. If you want to use occult, that would be good. That would be applicable. One of those skills would be fine.
Okay. Public or blind?
This would be blind.
Okay. I'll go with religion then.
This doesn't look like anything you have seen or heard of before. Nothing is clicking for you. You're clueless, Elias. You have one more action. All you know is there's this blood-like creature that looks like some type of humanoid who stands about 7 feet tall, just standing in the center of this chamber. And it turns to face and it just tries to drain blood. That's all you're witnessing right now. And it's nasty. This is new.
He's gonna just attack it again.
All right, check number 2. With the blade. Which seems to be all but useless, but she continues, or he continues. 13. You completely miss, and the blade momentarily hits up against the stairs that are next to you. They seem kind of rickety as they begin to shake from the power and force behind your blow, but you do not connect with this creature. Not as you had hoped, anyway. And with that, Dane, all before you seems lost. You're feeling much better. You're not bleeding anymore. What do?
Not much better, but I have taken a pounding.
It seems to be focused on Elias at the moment. Its gaze is not upon you. You have taken you're near death. Yikes. You and Newton. The ones who it gazed upon. The only ones that it gazed upon that was unscathed was Elias, but that was due to her faith. His faith. Why do I keep saying that? His faith in Caden. You either need to take up religion or
Believe in the ale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to attack it as soon as it turns away to focus on Elias.
Okay. Sensing an opportunity, from your experience as a warrior, you lay into it once again with your blade, which seems all but useless, and you get a 20.
20.
You hit. Normal damage.
7 points of damage.
Okay. You slowly but surely are whittling away here. But again,
Yeah, but now it's the numbers game of can I stand tall or does this thing do I have enough HP left?
Can you see its health bar or no? Do I have that hidden?
You can see how much it's taken.
Yeah.
But not the total.
So you see the 15.
Yes.
What else is in this room? Like, what else can I see in this room?
Just offhand, I won't have you make a action for this, but you see the steps right next to Elias. There's a set of steps that just winds way up. It looks a little bit rickety. It did shake when you saw Elias make contact with it. doesn't seem to be anything. I mean, just looking at the walls themselves briefly, you don't see where the individual blocks were laid. It's like a very smooth surface. That's it. There's really nothing else in this room. Just this
And the
blood
stairs
stain.
are stone.
The stairs are made out of metal.
Metal. Okay.
They're not
Well,
part of the wall.
We'll give it another go then.
Attack number 2. With his sword.
14.
Absolutely useless. Anyway. Okay, you totally miss with this shot. You almost cut into Elias on the other side. Hey, watch out.
Sorry.
But no, you do not hit with that one. And you are done. Things are looking grim. Things are looking dire. Especially in your eyes. Farley, tell, what's up? What are you doing? As you peer into the chamber. You're actually right in the doorway, Farley. You should be
Yes.
5 feet forward. But yeah, you're right in the doorway. Your friends are taking a beating.
There. Farley would like to recall knowledge arcana, see if like any magic would work on this creature, or if it was specifically lightning.
You don't get the sense that arcana or something magical would pertain to this. I think
okay.
it would in a way, but I think it's more religion. It's more a cult that would play a role in this, especially since it deals with blood and this almost undead type of creature. That you cannot verify, but maybe you could with a religion check.
So do you want religion or occultism?
Totally up to you. Usually you'd take the higher rated one. If
Yeah,
you
I
want to
would like-
use arcana, you can. And based on what you choose, whether you're successful, I'll relate information pertaining to that. What I'm saying is that if you use arcana, you might not learn anything. Because maybe it's not an arcana type of thing. But I'm telling you, it'd be religion and occult. You would know that enough.
Yeah. I'm gonna use occultism then in that case.
Okay, go for it. You've never seen anything like this or heard anything like this before. This is something totally new to your experience, especially as it pertains to blood. Like, what is that about? A blood creature? You've never heard of this before. This is totally new. All right, it's one action. 2 more actions.
Alright. Alright, well, I wasn't expecting. Alright. You know what?
What?
I'm gonna try again, to hit it with something, but this time I'm gonna use a cantrip. I'm gonna cast Produce Flame and fling a, small little bolt of fire at it.
Okay.
Another nat 20. God.
Okay. All right, let me look up something real quick. You're using fire. What is this above? What you rolled? What is this? Produce flame. Arcane attack, cantrip, evocation, fire. Persistent damage, fire. All kinds of goodies in that one. So persistent would apply. Fire damage, is that physical damage or is that force or energy? What is that? It is energy damage. Okay, that's important to know. All right, and you made your roll? 28.
Yes.
28 with a natural 20. That is definitely a hit. It is a critical hit in this case. We'll see if that matters. You're going to roll your damage, which, what is it, just a d4? That's it?
Yep.
All right. d4 fire damage, and that would be doubled if that applies. Get what you will. The mysterious GM. Lost my pen. All right. Uncritical hit by D4. What is this? Oh, sorry. Double damage. All right, so what happens here is that the fire you produce, and you shoot it out towards the creature. You could see the flames within the blood. It's catching. You could see it bubble and boil, and it seems to react to the pain of this fire. You have done some damage to it. But again, feels like it should be taking more damage. You do notice that, especially in the fact that there's so much flames engulfing this thing before it fades away. It does have persistent damage in effect as well. Okay. All right.
Yes.
So that applies, and that's it for you, right? Skill check and then a
Yes.
spell. All right, you are done. We're going to come back to the top of the round. Top of the turn, that is going to be Newton. What's going on, Newton?
Seeing how everyone doing what I'm gonna do is use inspire courage as an action. Give +1s on damage, attack rolls, most important, saving throws. The second thing I would like to do is that only costs one action is to use telekinetic projectile again. But I would like to use the book that I already kind of threw. That way I'm not chucking all my good books.
All right.
Okay.
All right, you could do that. Within 30 feet. Okay, so you can make your attack roll. Try and hit it with this book, right? Your book?
Right.
Let's see what happens.
13, and then with the +1 from
Status?
Yeah, it's a 14.
+1 status. That applies to you as well, right? You inspire yourself
Yes.
as well. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, so you're a 14, and the book goes flying over the heads of your friends. And also over the head of the creature. And it slams against the stairs on the other side next to Elias and falls to the ground. You missed.
I'm sorry. I'm not too good with the magic. I tried to tell you.
Trying to put some knowledge in me the hard way there? What the hell are you trying to do?
Yes.
Trying to knock some sense into you to how to kill the creature.
I'm working on it.
Kill it
We're
faster.
trying.
This book comes flying into the room out of nowhere, out of the darkness, from behind Farley. Surely it was Farley that did that. But anyway, it just lands right next to you, Elias.
Farley, keep your books to yourself.
Trying to smack me with knowledge. We're busy over here.
And that should do it for my turn.
And with that, the creature begins once again to turning away from this champion that lies in front of it. It turns behind it from the direction in which the book came from. And there,
Oh,
once
no.
again, looking over the head of Farley, It sees the
What
dwarf
does it-
just barely with his hands swinging back and forth, doing some type of magic. You need to make a fortitude save. You get a +1.
I do get a +1. This actually could be really good for me. All right, let's try it. Yeah, 19. Cool. I hope that's still a success.
So close. So close. So close.
No.
Unfortunately. This was the save. You shouldn't have got its attention, I guess.
Apparently he doesn't like knowledge.
"13 points of bleed damage, and again,
So
it puts you at
dying 3
dying.
now.
It puts you at dying 1, which becomes dying 2 because you're wounded
okay.
1. You weren't critted this time, so you were at dying 2 once again. So put yourself on that. So once
I just guess I'm used to it.
you're
Cool.
being, the blood is just being pulled from you. It's even
Honestly-
splattering on Farley. Farley, you're starting to get concerned right now for the dwarf, your friend. He just seems to be being drained as the blood just pours from his body, and again he collapses to the ground, motionless. Sorry, man.
Oh, it's fine. It's D&D. That's why I'm here.
It is. It's all good. Elias,
Oh my god, what did he just do? What just happened? I'm going to try to stab the creature.
the only one who's unscathed so far in this fight.
Newton,
Not completely.
Newton all the way.
Elias is debating if he should move up closer so he can use his liberating step reaction, but then he wouldn't get flanking. Protect allies.
Just
Have
as
a
a,
higher chance of defeating the creature.
I should point out that even though you are technically flanking this creature, it doesn't seem to mind that you're there, and whether or not that has an
It's
effect
had no
on your,
effect. Oh.
you're not sure. You're not sure if it matters at all at this point.
Even though I'm down, the +1 still goes until it's my turn again. So keep that in mind.
Does it?
I'm pretty sure it does because it's not as a
Yeah, you're inspired.
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep it in play.
Okay.
+1
Good to
damage, +1
know.
attack, and +1 to saves. Status bonus. Right. So
All right,
anyway,
well,
back to Elias.
I'll attack here, and then we'll see about where he's gonna move.
Of course you will. You got a headache. You
Alright.
can't use your massive strategy tonight.
Yes, that's the excuse I'll use. It's not gonna be like this every night. Anyways, in total, I got a 23 because the Inspire Courage.
23 is going to hit. It's not critical. Six
I got
points.
7 points
7
because
points.
Inspire Courage. That also
7
gives you
points.
+1 to damage.
How about you? Let's see. Okay. Let's chip away. Seven, you said?
Yes, 7 in total. All right, and
It's scratched.
um. Elias is gonna move here, and then can I roll like medicine to see how wounded it is? Like, do I know that it's scratched, or like can I roll medicine to see, hey, it's going to take a lot more damage and a lot more turns and etc.
You want specific information here, as much as you can, right? That's what you're really after.
As much as I can, yes.
Because offhand, I can tell you that it should be taking a lot more damage than you've been dealing. If this was any other creature, it might actually be felled by now. Couldn't be sure positively, but your attacks don't seem to have as much effect on it, at least so far.
I don't know. That book hit it pretty hard.
What book? You just sailed it over our heads here.
All right. Well, I guess I don't know what
The-
else I could learn from a medicine check, so maybe
Yeah,
I'll
and-
just strike instead.
And a medicine check might not actually be applicable. You could try. You could try.
Oh,
you could
well.
try using religion. That
Yeah, I'll
might be
just
more
poke it.
applicable. All right, go for it. I will say one thing. The only thing it reacted to the most during this whole little conflict was Farley Tell's fire. Now, that's not to say that's going to destroy it, and that's what its weaknesses is, but it does say something regarding how much damage you've been laying into this. It reacted quite a bit to the fire, more than any other attack upon it. Some attacks
Oh,
it
well.
ignores, like the flying book attack, which didn't even hit it, but you know, you get the point.
The first one did, I'll have you know.
Yes, it did. That's true.
Well,
Alright.
my lit torch is 5 feet away. I'm not reaching that. Just yet, at least. So I'll just strike again, right next with, right near my buddy and try to strike the creature.
Dane looks bad right now.
I used my lay on hands already. So this is my second attack, so this one. 18 in total.
It was the distracting murmurs of Dane caused your blow to just miss at the last second. Darn it, Dane.
I'm trying to focus, Dane.
Your blade does not find.
Your words of encouragement are not as effective.
I'm sorry, like I'm not a motivational
As
speaker. I'm a
Newton's.
soldier for fun's sake.
Well, you do have a +1 on that, so that's 18 total. Nope, you missed.
I tried, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay. When you want to leave, Rachel, just say the word.
I'll wait till the end of the round, and then I'll go.
And with that, Dane, you look back at your opponent after muttering some words to Elias. What do? You're now joined side by side. You'll have to raise your.
Go
ahead.
I'm gonna drop my longsword and try to pick up the torch.
Where is the torch?
Elias had it. Elias, where'd you put the torch?
It was in the doorway.
Right,
Not in the door, right where your cursor is.
right behind you.
Yeah,
Yep.
right behind you.
That's where she was.
Oh
or
yeah,
he
we can
was.
target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I can also see your mouse as you move along the screen. I could see it, and you can see each other's mouse location. The one thing you can't see is my mouse. That's hidden.
Okay.
Just so you know, you can also use that. Like, oh, here's Dane. You know, he's over there in the right corner. That's where he wants you to look. You can also do that.
Yeah, but I'd like to, for free, drop my longsword, try to pick up this torch, and swing it.
All right, if you want to try and reach out of your square to get the torch, you'll have to make a check for that.
Okay.
Acrobatics. Otherwise, you can take a 5-foot step and just pick it up. That'll take
I'll
2
just take the
actions, though.
5-foot step then.
All right.
But then if I take the 5-foot step, I can't move back, right?
The 5-foot step would be an action. Picking up the torch would be a second action. If you just want to reach and make an acrobatics check, that'll be 1 action.
Yeah, we'll do the 1 action then.
All right, so just reach back behind you. And if it had attack of opportunity, it would be able to attack you. That's an important thing. It doesn't.
22, 23.
You
Sorry.
reach back gracefully. You use your foot. You pull it towards you even closer, and you pick up the torch. One action. You have the torch.
I'd like to thrust it into this thing.
You attack with the torch. Go ahead and make an attack. This is your first attack.
Unarmored strike or
just any melee weapon. Make any melee attack. It's not going to matter.
29.
Woohoo!
29. A beautiful hit in the normal circumstances. This would be. Roll d4. Fire damage. Oh, this thing is subject to persistent fire damage, isn't it? Yes, it is.
That will be 3 fire damage.
Farley, when it took its turn, did I remember? It's on fire, right? So
yes.
He crits, so yeah.
Oh, it has to crit.
Yeah, to do the persistent fire. I
Oh,
think.
okay. All right, that's not the case then.
No.
Also, Go ahead.
Well, I crit, so the persistent damage did get on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Assuming that a crit has an effect on the creature, that's what it would apply.
Yeah, and I think the torch does D4 bludgeoning damage plus 1 fire damage.
Is that what it is? Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
All right, so D4, you got a 2.
So that'd be +1 for
Fire.
with Inspire Courage.
Yeah, you're right.
And final action, I'm going to raise shield.
All right. Let me change its hit points. It was something. It was something. You can't expect much from a burning torch, but yeah, the fire did kind of light up a little bit, but still, it doesn't seem to be as effective as it really could be. Make of that what you will. You raise your shield. You are all set. And Farley, you're up. Your friends are being beaten down, except Elias, who cheers forward, screaming the chants of Caden, making his stand. But Dane does not look well. What do you do?
So after last round, having launched the little bolts of fire into it just out of natural instinct and curiosity, just testing to see if anything would get through, and seeing that so far fire has been working the best, Farley sort of tilts their head and oh, interesting, and is going to actually get closer to the creature. Oh, I need to click my token, that's why. So it's gonna get closer.
Stride.
To about there.
Remember, every second diagonal is an extra 5 feet.
What did you say?
Every second diagonal is an extra 5 feet.
Yes. Farley would only need to take one diagonal since they're in the doorway.
Correct. Which you
And
are
then
adjacent
they are going to spend the rest of their turn to cast Burning Hands.
Ooh, okay. Gouts of flame rush from your hands, Farley tell. You deal 2d6 fire damage to creatures in the area. Verbal somatic area, 15-foot cone. You won't catch your friends, but you'll definitely catch the creature. Cast time 2. All right, so it has to make a savings throw. It's DC 18. Am I blind? Yes, I am. So let's do this. Oops. I was clicked on Farley. I just made a savings throw for him. Well, let me roll it. Is it reflex, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. 18. All right. Yeah, so what's the damage?
Awesome.
Yes.
+1, right?
Is it?
I don't
Plus one?
I don't know how Inspire Courage works.
You get a +1 status bonus to attack rolls, damage rolls, and save against fear effects.
Yeah, that would apply. It's damage. All right. So it's actually 13.
Yes.
Did I apply it to the right persona? I think I did.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and that was very effective. It is looking battered. What that visually looks like, I don't know. My mind isn't working, but you know, this big blood creature, it's looking battered. It's not as red as it once was. Very good, Farley. Fire is definitely taking a toll on this creature. And yeah, with that, we are done with Farley. I don't know, Rachel. It's getting close. It's getting close. This creature might be finished off.
I know. I'm gonna stay. My body's saying no, but who listens to that?
Nobody.
Mate,
So
I'm taking a
just gonna
beating,
stay.
but I'm still standing here, so yeah.
Newton, however, things are very grim and very desperate. Let me move your token
Okay.
up 1 square because you're actually in that square ahead of you.
Oh.
That's actually where you are. You need to make a flat check with a +2. You need a 12 or greater, is it? You have dying 2, so.
Just flat D20.
Mm-hmm. This is a death save. This
2! And I got a 2. Flat 2. Oh, like I told you, important things, it hates me. So what is that, dying 3? Next turn I'm dead? Oh no, I think I am dead, right?
That's a critical
Was it
failure.
crit?
Oh, that's a critical? So what am I? So if I'm dying 2 right now, am I just... That's it, right? I'm gone?
All is silence behind you.
Do you have a hero point, or did you already use it?
I'm
Yes.
saving it.
Well, if now's your chance, because if you don't use
Yeah.
it, you are dead.
Yeah, if
Yeah, if you're gonna
don't
use it
buddy,
now,
you're,
is literally the time.
you're dead. Like
Now-
dead.
Here's the option I will give you. And
Okay.
I'm showing a little bit of mercy on this. If you use it now, you'll get a reroll.
Okay.
If
I
you
would
used
like
it,
to take
if you used it prior to the roll, this is the friendly side of me coming out. If you used it prior to the roll, you can automatically stabilize.
Nah, I want true RNG. I want that reroll.
All right, you're going to take the reroll.
I
So-
will take the reroll. I appreciate the mercy, but I have to do what has to be done.
All right, just above 12.
4!
Okay.
8. Well, that happened. Okay.
All right, so yeah, that happened. Let me go to the combat tracker. All right, that was fair. things like that happen. And let's see, remove participant, where's the, oh, there it is. Boom. All right, so all is silent behind you as the heroes have come into the chamber and they're now battling this creature. Life or death struggle. There is silence behind you at the doorway. No one knows what happened to Newton. Just when I was almost getting used to his name. Darn it. But speaking meta, he has actually died. Newton has died, so...
Well, maybe he has a Newton Jr. son
Yep.
we don't know about.
That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You can get up a new character and bring him in. No problem. That's how these games roll, man. It's fine. So, yeah, Newton has perished. The blood has been drained from his body. Lifeless.
All right. With that, I'm going to head to bed.
All right,
I'll
my
see you all
friend.
next session.
I hope so.
It's nice meeting you, Newton. Oh, Newton.
Won't be
Have a
new
good
next
night.
week, but have a good one, buddy.
Yeah.
Next week it'll be
I'll
new
see you
time.
around.
All right,
Thanks
my
for
friend.
having me.
We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
That's the way it rolls. And with that, the creature is next. Whoops. Let me back up one. This is an important roll I got to make right here. Here we go. We're going to do a d6, left to right. Farley. Dane. Dane? The creature goes from looking over your head and in the distance and peers down once again. Its maw begins to open. You feel the pull from inside your body once again. You are familiar with that feeling. You need to make a fortitude savings throw. You feel the blood in your
23.
body. Ooh. Okay. You feel the blood within your body begin to pull. The skin begins to tear. And you can all see Elias. Farley, you look and you see once again blood pour from the body of your friend Dane. He begins to scream in horror and pain. You take 6 points of bleed damage.
Can I use liberating step?
You could.
Although imagining it might be hard.
No, this is all prayers and image and hope in your mind as a champion of your faith. That's what you envision, and that becomes the reality. So you can use this.
All right, so it will. Dane will gain resistance equal to 4.
I'm only
So it's
taking
2 plus my level. So yeah, 2 damage.
Is there any particular types of damage this pertains to, or is it all damage?
It just says enemy damages, so it's all damage.
Okay. What did I say? 6? Yes, 6 points of damage. That's going to be reduced to 2. You take 2 points of bleed damage. Although remember, you now are bleeding. You have persistent damage once again.
Okay.
You will take whatever I rolled at the end of every one of your turns until you make that savings throw. Flat savings throw.
Okay.
Actually, it's just a flat check. It isn't even a savings throw to stop the bleeding. All right, and with that, we go to next up, Elias. Your faith has served you well this day in battle, which is true. You are up. God, Newton didn't have to leave.
Oh, you cut out. I didn't hear any of that. What?
Yeah, because I paused again. I muted. I said, Newton didn't have to leave. He could have stayed. That's all right. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. You're up, Elias. What do you do?
He's thinking. He's thinking.
your time.
Well, might as well keep attacking. Revenge now. He's going to strike. Just a 13.
13 will not do it. Two more actions.
Take a second strike. I got a 22 with a nat 20.
It's going to get super bright in here. It's because I got to turn this other torch off. All right, Elias, second strike with the rapier. 22, that is a critical hit. Roll your damage.
Roll my critical damage.
Just roll damage.
There's a button for this.
Roll damage. Not critical damage. So half of that.
Minus the D8. I might as well reroll because if it's regular damage, then we minus the D8 as well.
All right, let's back up just a second here. All right, you rolled 22. I'm not going to count the inspiration. I don't really know. There has to be a cutoff for that.
Inspiration, that would died after that round finished.
Because he died?
Well, not just because he died, but it only lasts a round. So he had done it, then he died, but we counted the inspiration through the rest of the round.
Oh.
And then he died. Sorry, he didn't die. He became unconscious. Then he died. So it was out before he died.
Indeed. All right, so you got critical. You rolled your critical damage, which is 2 times 1d6 plus 3 plus 1d8, so a total of 15.
Yeah.
That's already doubled.
Yes, it is.
So close as you hover your mouse over the teeth. Near death.
Horrifying images.
Yes, if only there was more fire. Yes, fire, Farley thinks to himself. Do you have any more actions, Elias, or is that it?
I do have one more.
It's getting close. It's getting close. Still, this entity does not move from its central location. It just sits there, turning, facing, with its maw draining blood from you.
Can I look at it and see, try to figure out why it hasn't moved at all? Is it standing underneath some sort of sigil, it can't move magically, or anything I can physically see? Can I roll for that?
If you want to, that'll take up your action. Go ahead and make a private, or not a private, but a blind GM roll.
Might as well, because I'm definitely not going to hit in my third strike. Oh, I did not mean to roll initiative.
Read it.
There we go. Although I think it's the same thing because I don't have any other modifiers for initiative,
They're
like our friend here.
they're both d20 plus 6. So.
Yeah, okay. So
I'll count the first one.
you can take the first one. Watch, the second one was a 20.
It may or may not be important, but you can't tell. But it seems to be setting on that puddle. You can see that there's still a puddle of blood still there. It hasn't just become all of that puddle. There's still a puddle there. And it's staying in place over that. It's not leaving that location. There is that. But you don't see anything else. There's nothing you can see above. You can only see as far as your torch can go, which is 40 feet.
As a free action,
Yes.
as a free action, can I just say the puddle? The puddle!
Okay.
Just pointing out what I've noticed.
And who would be next? Farley. If you want, and I'll also allow this for Dane, because she said that, if you want to take a recall knowledge check, well, I'll tell you what the options are for that. If you want to do that, you can do that because she pointed something out about the puddle, which may or may not have importance. I'll leave that up to you. Your decision. But if you were going to pay attention to what she just said and analyze and try and make sense of what she just said, that's what I'm saying you can do. And with that, we are going to go to Farley.
Okay. So Farley is going to take their staff and is going to use the arcane bond feature and use drain bonded item as a free action.
Where you're going with this?
Mm-hmm. And they are going to recast. If I can get to there.
What's it going to be?
Burning Hands once again.
Does that... Let me just look at it real quick again. Place some of your magical power in a bonded item. Each day when you prepare your spells, you can designate a single item you own as your bonded item. This is typically an item associated with spells such as designate a weapon or other weapon. Free action, drain bonded item. It doesn't really tell me what I'm looking for. Let me click this. You extend the power stored in your bonded item. During your turn, you gain the ability to cast one spell you prepared today and already cast. Yeah. All right. Okay, Burning Hands. You can do so.
Mm-hmm.
DC 18 reflex save. That is your spell DC 18. So I'm going to roll this. And what's this? Reflex. Roll your damage.
No.
Oh. Snake eyes.
Went from double sixes to double ones. No.
I think I asked you this before, but... Oh, yeah, it's not... Did we say it was no longer on fire? Yeah. Okay, so it's not subject to persistent damage. Fire damage.
Well, so...
Well, here's the question.
Yeah.
Actually, it's right here in front of me. Burning Hands. Flame in your hands, you do 2d6 fire damage to creatures in the area. Damage increases by 2d6. Doesn't say anything about persistent fire damage.
The persistent damage came from the cantrip Produce Flame, which I cast like two rounds ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that came up because on my attack roll, I had rolled a natural 20 to attack. So I just put it in the chat so you can read it.
On a success, you deal 1d4 fire damage. That's it, plus your spellcasting modifier. On a critical success, it takes double damage and it's persistent. The fire damage is persistent. So it's not persistent if you don't critical. Okay, that answers my question. Anyway, thank you for that. All right, your damage has been done. It is looking very, very battered. I'll say no more. Are you done, Farley?
And then for my last action, I'll hear what Elias was saying about the puddle, and I'll use my last action to.
I'm not going to tell you what this is going to be, but roll a d20 flat. So use your dice tray and just roll a d20. This is going to be a recall
knowledge. Do you want this blind as well?
Yeah. Make it a blind roll. Okay. I don't want to give anything away. So I'm going to this a secret. Exactly what skill I'm using this with. Although if you're successful, I will reveal something. There's something, you look down and you see the puddle. In your eyes, as keen as they might be as an elf, you're noticing that the puddle seems to be growing as it takes damage. You're not sure exactly what that means, and I'll leave that up to you. But the creature itself does not seem to be shrinking in size or anything like that. It's not like, oh, it's taking damage and the blood is turning into a puddle. It's not like that. It doesn't seem to be any change in the creature, but the puddle itself seems to be growing. And maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know, maybe you can cut your wrists and add to the puddle, and it'll die. Make of that what you will. And next is going to be, I know that didn't make much sense, but, figure it out. The creature, once again, makes a strange, howling, gurgly sound from its maw, and once again, it begins to look over its assailants. Dane, it continues to gaze down at you. You need to make a fortitude save as its maw begins to pull the blood even further from your flesh.
27.
You are so good at that.
That's that fortitude. Okay. You take 3 points of bleed damage. Again, you're still subject to that persistent bleed damage. Your turn is next. You take 3 more bleed damage as it once again pulls from you, and the blood begins to drain from your body. You're looking kind of pale.
Is that from his persistent bleed?
Well, he's near death. That was from its attack. It just attacked him again.
Oh, okay. So I just want to verify where the damage was coming from, because then Elias will do his liberating step again.
All this beast needs right now is a straw attached to Dane's forehead. And that's where the damage is coming from. It's that bad.
Okay. Oh, then
He's sucking the blood right from him.
To prevent that 3 damage, Elias is going to spiritually intervene and say, "Not today, Caden, help me, help my friend Dane," and do his liberating step. So would that, since it's 4, would that negate all of the damage?
It does, as far as you know. So, yes, Dane, add 3 points back. You didn't take that damage.
Yeah.
Oh, if only I was more faithful, he says and thinks to himself. Damn straw. All right, so you've been spared by the holy power of Caden through Elias from yet even more blood loss. Once again, spared. However, with that, Dane, you are up next. And you do what you want to do.
Still got the torch in my hand, so I'm going to try to attack the puddle itself.
Okay,
with the torch.
How are you doing this? Just wailing into it with the torch, or are you? You do it.
I guess it's sort of gonna kneel down and just sort of set part of the torch into the puddle.
You might put it out. It's flickering, by the way.
Okay, yeah, then we'll just start wailing, I guess.
However you want to do it. Okay, just make an attack roll. This would still be technically attacking the creature.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Nope, it's not going to happen at all. You have 2 more actions. As you sit there pounding against the floor, catching the beast at the same time. The entity, I should say. Trying to
Try that
catch it.
again. Chat.
Nope. Fate has turned against you, my friend.
Yeah, fate has turned against me. I'm going to raise shield. Last action.
All right, raise shield. All right, and with that, you are going to take some damage from the persistent bleeding. You take 3 more points.
And I need to roll a straight d20, right?
Yeah, d20. And I have the DC. Oof.
13.
You continue to feel the blood drain from your body. You're still subject to persistent bleed damage. And with that, we're going to go to Elias.
He's just anxious to jab it and strikes.
17 is not going to do it. You miss.
He was too anxious.
A little bit too much. Calm down, calm down. Focus.
Just gonna keep going. Got an 18 that time.
So close, but you cannot contact this creature, and it is so close. You have 1 more action.
Elias breathes in deeply, closes his eyes, and slashes forward with all his might.
Oh, 0.
And he's like, maybe I shouldn't have closed my eyes.
Dave's just stood over going, open your eyes, lad. What are you doing?
Wow. Farley, you're up. It's looking grim.
Yes.
Only the power of Caden has gotten you this far. Silence continues behind you. Continues? Silence, continues behind you. You don't hear your friend coming up to support your attacks. Maybe he ran off, you're not sure, but needless to say,
All right.
you're right next to this creature. What do you want to do? It's battered. Boy, you guys have been whittling away at this.
Yeah. So
Man, this is our whole game session tonight.
Farley is staring down at this creature, or staring up at this creature, I suppose, and is looking at it and knows that he can do, like, hit it with a spell that will automatically do damage to it, but he doesn't know if that spell will work, so he has to take a chance here and hope that luck is in his favor and that he doesn't miss with this strike, as he's going to cast Produce, or as they're going to cast Produce Flame again.
Okay, make your attack roll. Cantrip, 1 action. A ball of small flame appears in the palm of Farley Tell, thrusting it towards this vile creature.
Oh, that was a blind GM roll, so I don't know what that was.
I will reveal your roll. You hit. Roll your damage. Okay. This is a spell.
Yes.
For some reason, This seems to have no effect on it whatsoever, Farley. You're not sure why. Maybe it has seen through your tricks with magic. It isn't real. The fire is only magical energy. Its burns are untrue. It laughs, and you hear this gurgling laughter, and its head falls back and looks once again in your direction. You still have another action or two? Doesn't seem to have an effect on it.
Well, wait. Can I try and hit it with my staff?
You can. Be a physical attack.
Okay. I think that's 12. Yeah.
12 will not do it.
Okay.
Everything is falling apart.
Yeah.
Well, Rachel wants to leave, but she's the only one. She's the only one who's relatively unscathed. It says barely injured. She's the only hope. Oh no!
All on me.
It's all on you.
To carry everyone out alive
Yeah.
while they're unconscious.
Dane's holding his own. He's not backing down either. But it's wearing him down. He's close. He's been close for a while. It just is picking on you, Dane. Farley, anything?
That's all my actions.
Okay. And with that, the creature's laughs go into silence, and it peers across those that oppose it in front of it. And it looks to you, Farley. Continues its laughter, and the maw begins to open once again. You feel the pull. Fortitude, save.
Okay. I'm not good at this.
You are not. But Caden is on your side. The 22. Four points of persistent bleed damage.
Aiden is on your side.
Apparently.
Can I use my liberating step?
You could.
Yeah. So that's 4 damage. Or resistance.
Resistance 4, you took 4 damage, you take no damage.
Yeah.
So you took nothing from that. Again, the power of Caden intercedes.
Heck, at this point, Elias is ready to put his sword down and just kneel down praying. Those clerics know what they're talking about.
Dane, you grow weak. The blackness is coming. You can see it coming to your eyes. You're almost ready to pass out. You're not feeling good, but you stand your ground. You continue. What do? You have 3 actions.
We're going to attack it with the torch.
Lay into it.
Going to use exacting strike.
Okay.
So if I miss, it doesn't count toward my multi-attack penalty.
Exactly. Dirty 20. That is going to hit. Roll your damage. D4 plus 1 fire damage. So D4.
4 damage.
So 3 plus 1 fire damage.
Yep.
I hear you. It still stands.
No.
Well, let's do it again. That fighter resolve has got me through this far, but we're looking a bit weak now.
And that's it. Once per turn, right?
Yep,
Exacting
once per
strike.
turn.
Okay. And you're up next, Elias.
21.
21. That is another hit. With the torch, do your damage.
Dane just got pissed off at this thing now. He's like, no, we're done. Another 4. I'm going to raise shield.
Okay, shield raised. Elias, you're next.
Gosh, this thing is so...
All right, so he's gonna make sure his eyes are wide open this time. And he's gonna look at the creature and then strike. 24 in total.
24 is going to hit. Yes, I hear you.
I did 8 damage.
8 damage. This is what kind of damage now? Piercing.
Piercing.
All right. Okay. Wow. Okay. It's now considered broken. But
Something's not right about this.
it's still going, though. It's still going.
Elias continues his attack.
Oh.
Can I use a hero point?
You can. I was going to say, let's pull out a critical fumble card. Oh, are
Sorry.
you kidding me?
I didn't mean to scream in all your ears.
Well, get rid of the hero point. That's
okay,
sad.
I shall. Oh, yeah, that is sad.
Darn. And are you done?
No, that was just my second attack.
All right. Now, what do you got? Look at your feats. Is there anything for one action that you could do? Anything. Anything.
I can perform in front of it impressively.
You could. There you go.
I can wrestle it.
No, that's not going to work.
You know what? Maybe I'll do that. Oh no,
Dane
Titan
tried
Wrestler.
that. Dane tried that. He tried to grab it. I think he did.
I did and failed.
Yeah, I think he did.
It's kind of like a liquid.
Fine. He's just gonna take out his shield, and that's it. He
All right,
doesn't
shield.
have enough actions to raise it, but
All right, shield at the ready. Things are getting close. Close and desperate. And once again, we come back around to the elf. What do you do, Farley?
All right. I think this is worth it. I'm gonna cast Magic Missile for all 3 of my actions.
Suddenly, only you hear this. Farley, you hear in your ear. It sounds like laughter. Familiar laughter. You're not sure from where, but it says, "You don't be so silly, Farley. Magic is useless." And then it fades away.
Farley's gonna use it for 1 action now.
All right, magical missile, magic missile. Did I say magical missile?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever said that in my life. I cast magical missile. Magic missile. All right, for 1 action, 1 attack, automatically hits. Roll your damage.
Yep. 3 points of force damage.
The magic produces, and you extend it from your hand. You whip it towards this blood-shaped entity, and it just whoosh, sinks across past it and into the stairs on the opposite side, where it clinks and falls to the ground and dissipates. Does a magic missile clink? I don't know, but it did in this case. Doesn't seem to have had any effect on the creature whatsoever, which is odd. This is the mighty magical missile, after all. It did not seem to do any damage to it as it passed through. 2 more actions. No break tonight, folks. We're gonna push on through this and see how it goes. Farley's got 2 more actions. Think, Farley, think. You know what to do. Let the cat out. Some people let the dog out. I let the cat out. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I have no idea what to do.
What are you gonna do, Farley? I'm gonna go to the next. The creature's up next.
How many? Hold on. I need a.
Come on, Farley. Come on.
All right. I'm gonna spend the rest of my turns pulling out one of my scrolls.
Gotcha. That. I'm not assuming you're keeping them in your pack. I'm assuming you're keeping them relatively close at hand, as a wizard would, either on your belt or in your robes, tucked away. You can easily pull these out. That's the way I've been playing it anyway since the last session. So, 1 action to do that instead of 2. You have 1 more action.
All right. Well, unfortunately, that it's 1 action too many or 1 action too little for me. So I'm gonna have to spend it using an unarmed strike against it.
All right. With your unarmed strike. Don't you have your staff? Or is that 2-handed? That can be used 1-handed.
Yeah.
Whatever you want. You got a nice 25
Yeah.
for 1
With
point
1
of bludgeoning damage. Have at you. So close, so close. It does begin to, you can notice, it's very noticeable at this point. You can see that there's less shape and form, cohesiveness to this entity. An arm shape flips to the left, an arm shape flips to the right, and there's less of that blood making it into an arm. It's losing itself. It's nearing destruction, if you will. And with that, it turns its gaze upon Dane. Oil
Here we go again.
You are lucky. Gird yourself. You need to make a fortitude save. Once again, as the maw
25.
2 points of bleed damage.
I'm KO.
Not today! Liberating step, please save my friend! Please.
That negates
We'll
the
worry
damage.
about the bleeding damage later, but please.
Yes, that
Not
negates
today.
the damage, which sadly is coming up. So you get 3 actions, Dane, after which you will take persistent damage, and then you're going to have to make that flat check to get rid of the bleeding.
Patrick, can he patch himself up with his med kit?
My hands are full.
Drop everything. Like, this is down to final HP. Is Dane a fight to death kind of guy, or like, does he trust
Yes,
that
but I
his
also have a
companions
hero
will?
point there.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I guess that's fair.
So I'm gonna keep swatting at it with the torch here.
All right, you just might finish it off. So, all right, go ahead, do what you got to do.
26.
That is a hit. D4 with a +1 fire damage.
So that'll be 3 plus 1, 4. And we're gonna do it again. Sooner or later, it's gotta give or I'm giving. One of the two.
Well, you don't have to do it again.
Oh, it was a nice
Yes.
roll, though.
It was, but it was totally unnecessary. As your mace has done it, along with the flames it produces, the shapes begin to fall. The puddle begins to form once again as this entity begins to dissolve. It no longer appears before you as a 7-foot tall, dark humanoid, a woman, unrecognizable. But then, as it falls and forms into a puddle, no longer facing you and attacking, suddenly it begins to move, and the blood begins to quickly move toward the steps, and you can see it. You're taken at pause as you watch this puddle begin to stream up the steps along the rail, as it were. It's just moving and moving rapidly around and around as it's trying to escape up the steps. Do you do anything?
Dane's
It's-
gonna shout, "Burn the puddle!"
By then, it's about 40 feet away from you, and you can see it. It disappears into the darkness. Do you do anything? So
Dane's really too weak to fight.
So basically, the shape, thanks to Dane, I guess defeated it, but it didn't die per se. Instead, it formed into this puddle, and it made it good its escape up the steps, just wandering its way up there, as you can imagine. If you can, better than me. But it's a puddle of blood going up the steps. But yeah, it's escaping up the steps. It's out of sight, into the darkness it goes.
Yeah, Elias doesn't say anything for fear that it'll turn back around and kill them all.
Yeah.
All right.
Dane just collapses to a knee at this point.
All right, at this point, we'll take us out of the combat. But you are currently gathered at the foot. There's silence. As you stand there, catch your breath. Dane, you look worse for wear. Elias, you're in tip-top shape, actually. You don't know what happened to Newton. He's nowhere to be found. And Farley, you're not looking too well yourself, but it seems the creature, the entity, has been defeated. It's no longer before you. The blood stain is gone.
Where's that little dwarven felder that came in here with us?
Yeah, where is the little one?
Dane's gonna try to pass the torch to Elias so Elias can go look.
He'll comply. He'll take the torch and go look down the hall again. What does Elias see?
You see right beyond the portal, you see the slumped over body of Newton. He's very pale and is motionless.
Elias will turn back and say, Dane, quick, give me your kit. Maybe there's a way we can resuscitate him.
Dane will simply unhook his backpack and slide the healer's kit across the floor. The bloody mess that he is himself, he will give up his healer's kit willingly.
All right, I'll unpack it and begin doing what I can to revive Newton.
All right, Farley, what are you
This
doing?
this won't be your last song, buddy.
What are you doing, Farley? Anything?
Farley puts away the spell scroll that they got from Rin, seeing their spell book, which contains the note they have from Rin, and just sort of stands there, not very silent, as they already have an idea of what has transpired.
All right, you spend your time trying to revive the motionless Newton. But unfortunately, after a few minutes, it's lifeless. Too much blood has been pulled from his body. He has passed on.
No.
Guess I should play the emotional playlist.
Seems fitting.
But yeah. There is that. There is that. Dane, you're looking pretty bad. What you can do, unless somebody has healing potions, what you could do is use your medical, your healer's tools, and kind of heal up a little bit so you can make your,
She has my healer's tools.
Yeah, as soon as Elias finds out that there's no hope left for Newton, he turns his attention 100% onto Dane, who's also, dying.
2 HP left. My fighter resilience got me down to 2. So
All right, so whoever wants to attempt a medicine check, whoever's the best at it, should probably do it. You need healer's tools. You have them before you, and you can patch them up. The DC will be 15 unless somebody's an expert at this. Farley, are you expert at medicine?
No.
All right, so it's going to be a DC 15. Success will give you 2d8 hit points.
Yeah, I'm only trained, so I have a +4.
Whoever wants to do it.
I'm only trained as well.
I'm not even trained in it.
Oh,
Well-
you've got the healing kit, Elias, so.
Well, whoever has the best modifier.
I think they were the same.
Yep.
All right. Well, as long as I don't crit fail, we're good.
Could happen. Could happen.
She crit fails, plunges a hand into Dane's wounds, and they just like
Oh,
croaks.
you're looking good. You're looking good. All right, I'm gonna roll. Public.
Mm-hmm. Where'd it go? Oh, you didn't roll it yet.
Hey, that's good.
17. You need a 15. And so that's success. Roll 2d8. That's how much hit points you get back. Somebody roll 2d8.
You can do the honors, Dane, since you're the one affected. There you go.
13.
13 hit points back. Awesome.
I give what's left of the kit, back to Dane. I don't
Now-
know if there's so many uses to these kits, but I give it back.
I don't remember what we were looking at, but I remember we were saying that there was 10 uses to healer's tools. I don't know where we got that from, but I think that was battle medic. There's some kind of uses for that. I don't remember where it was. But anyway, just go ahead and use them to your heart's content. Farley, do you-
Dane's going to look up to Elias and ask about the dwarf.
well, hold on. Does Farley want to heal as well? Healer's tools? Make a roll?
Yeah.
Somebody want to do that for him, or somebody
I'll
roll
take
for him?
it. If
Yes.
somebody wants to try.
Definitely.
I'll try.
Okay, here we go. 15 is the DC. This is to get 2d8 hit points back for Farley Tell. The bandages are flying. The elixirs, the salves, and the herbs. Sounds like you're making fried elf tonight.
Ooh.
15.
15, just make it 2d8 hit points back to Farley Tell.
You want to roll for your hit points, Farley?
Yep, here we go. Alright.
4. Okay, add 4.
That roll sounds about right.
You're now
Remember,
immune.
that was my roll for half the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're now
Now-
immune for further medicine checks for another, is it 10 minutes or an hour?
Elias turns to both of them and kind of sadly explains that Newton did not make it, and he was unable to use the healer tools to revive him. And unless either of them are, more spiritually in tune than he is, then there's no hope.
We should get him back to town.
I agree.
I'll carry him if you want to clear the way, Elias, in case there's more threats.
Sure. I'll lead the pack while you gently drag his body, carry it.
Farley, how are your wounds holding up?
I've been in worse conditions. Not much, but
Agreed on that, my friend. Agreed on that.
Good
All right.
job with the fire damage.
Yeah, that seemed to be
Yeah.
the most effective, as far as you could tell. But you can make your way out of the area just in time to see your torch go out, and you quickly light another one. So somebody mark off a torch.
Okay.
So basically, that whole little endeavor took about half an hour or thereabouts.
Did Dane use a torch last time, or was that me?
You used one. Now I'll use this one.
Okay, sounds good. I can carry that since you're going to be or if Farley wants to carry it.
Oh, it lasts
I'm
for
sorry,
an
what
hour.
is it?
The
It's
torch,
a torch.
the torch
No, yeah,
lasts. The torch lasts for an hour, not a half an hour. So you're good.
So yes, the Dane's gonna pass up the torch to Farley and try to gently and respectfully pick up Newton, carry him out of there.
Fairly uneventful as you make your way carefully back from whence you came, all the way to the drawbridge where you cross trickily because somebody has to carry the one body across. I would like whoever's carrying him to make an athletics check, because you are carrying somebody, unless you come up with another idea, because you wouldn't actually be passing one at a time at this stage.
Athletics, you said?
I think, well, let me open this up and read. See what the check is. Who's carrying him? I wasn't paying attention.
Me.
You. Okay. Everybody else can get across. Who's going first?
I am.
Okay.
Elias.
Who's going second?
Well, how do
Farley, you going
we
second?
wanna handle it?
All right, Farley's going second. You make it
Yeah.
across. Dane, you're bringing up the rear. You're carrying the carcass at this point.
Yes.
Let me make a roll
Can
for
I
you.
aid him?
No.
Aw.
This is totally unexpected. It begins to creak. It's a close one. But at the last second, Elias reaches out and grabs hold of your shoulder and helps you pull across. But as you get across and turn around, there you can see the drawbridge gives, and with a big crack, the far side of it collapses into the water. And slowly the side you're on also collapses into the water as well. It basically just broke slowly in the middle and just eventually just gave in. The bridge is no more. You'll have to find an alternative way to get across at this point. However, getting across, you see no sign of those little blue gremlin creatures. You can gingerly make your way through this chamber where there's now strewn a pile of rocks, some big ones too, that if you remember, Newton also took some damage from. You pause for a second to remember the pain and agony the poor dwarf was suffering. But his pain is no more now. You gird yourselves and continue to move back to Otari. Now this will take about another full hour, so there will be a torch lost in this whole process. 2 hours this all took by the time you eventually get back to Otari, body in tow. Obviously you're going to bring the body to the local temple, the Dawn Flower. They will take care of that for you and take care of the body, preserve it. Next of kin and all that information will be taken. It's a few hours past sunset now. The town is somewhat still active. You can find your way back to the Rowdy Rockfish where you can gather yourselves together and remember the short-lived friend that you had. But make plans for the next stage and think to yourselves, what have we actually accomplished? What happened? Now you need to think about this. As far as you know, the entity you were squared off against, you don't know what it was. Was that Belcara? You're not sure. No one really knows what she looked like, at least for you guys. You have no idea if that was her. But it was a woman. It was shaped like one. It fought aggressively. It drained blood from you. Maybe that's a clue to something. But it was defeated. It ran away. Perhaps to the top of the tower. Obviously, yep, that's the direction it went. But you'll have to think on that. And as you pause, sitting there at the table, planning your next move, maybe you want to see Rin, not sure. An hour goes by. Suddenly, there's a scream. Dogs are barking. What do you do? It's coming from outside the inn. Let me take you back to the Otari map while you think.
Dane will be sitting there sort of still very heavily wounded, but as soon as he hears a scream, grabs his sword and shield and begins to walk outside.
Elias is actually going to go straight to the, what was it, the crow's nest? Not the crow's nest. The crow's cask, and he's going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed. I have work.
As you step outside, hold on, let me change the lighting here because it's now nighttime. It's going to get dark here on our Atari map. Slowly. But there'll still be birds flying around because I got to turn that off too. Night birds. As you step outside, there's guards rushing back and forth. People are screaming in the streets. There! At the graveyard, look! Your attention is drawn up towards the graveyard. If you look on your Otari map, on the southwestern portion, you will see the Otari graveyard. It sits atop a ledge where the town is inside this little cutout area. Did somebody leave the chat?
Rachel said she was going to bed.
Okay. Darn it. There you see this glowing blue light. It's like as if there was a light coming from afar and it was aiming towards the graveyard itself. As you look towards its source, you see far off in the distance, as you all step outside of the Rowdy Rockfish Inn, you can see this. There is this glowing light emanating from the gauntlet itself. It's coming from it, and it's easily seeable. It is this glowing beam of light, and it is focused on the cemetery of Otari. You see guards rushing up in that direction, going to the cemetery. You hear people screaming, "Dead rise! The dead rise! Run!" It's at that point we'll call the session and prep for the next one, because something is happening. That's why I wanted Rachel here to hear that. So, any questions?
I was hanging on by a thread there for a minute.
Yeah, that'll make you scratch your head and think. Basically, to recap, what has happened here is you got back, you delivered the body, and so on and so forth, gathered yourselves at the Rowdy Rockfish, made some plans, and all of a sudden screams, dogs barking. You look outside the Rowdy Rockfish, which is close to the ocean, the seaside here. So I forget what location is. It's number 17. Well, if you go down towards that area and look to the west, you'll see the cemetery high atop the cliff sides of the city or the town. There is this big, huge beam of light coming from the gauntlet, which is like a half mile away. You know, you could see the gauntlet from most parts of Otari. You can clearly see it from here. And you see this big beam of light that's originating from the lighthouse. It's glowing so all can see it. And it's ending in the cemetery. What do you do? We can pick up with that in the next session.
Okay.
But you hear people screaming undead. The dead are rising. You hear all kinds of things going on. So something is happening. Something is happening. Oh no. Now at this stage, we have reached our milestone. And what I mean by that, I mentioned this earlier and in previous sessions, from this point on, you will be gaining experience points at the normal rate. And you'll see, if you look at your character sheets, you'll see that everybody currently has, as a group, you gain experience points. It's the way I'm handling it. It's the way it's defaulted in Pathfinder. You currently have 240 XP. All right. So that's where you're going to be adding. That's where we're going to be beginning. You'll be starting to add experience points at the 240 point mark on your way to 3rd level. All right. So we've reached that milestone. As well as, things are happening. All right, let me end the stream, folks. Another good session. I had a good time. We're going to wrap this up shortly after I turn this off, but we'll see you guys next Sunday, around 6 or 6:30, right in that area, and you'll see the next episode, episode 7, and we'll see what's going on with the gauntlet in the cemetery. Oh boy. Take care, folks. We'll see you all next week. Say bye.
Bye.
This is Dane signing off.